All right, and let's see, this work? Am I alive already? Or no? It seems I am. Yeah, ASBGX. What's up? Can you hear me all right? Just let me know if my audio is good. Just want to make sure. Sound is good? Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, you're on the shorts version, right? See, this is shorts. Okay, so microphone is working. Let's see if the screen is working too. You should be able to see my screen there as well. Let me know if it works or not. Did I put myself here or here? Here or here? Hey, encrypted. It going? Is the screen okay? Yeah, the screen. And see the screen here. Let me see. Preview. Hold on. Okay, yep. Yep. See. There. Okay, so everyone should be able to see my screen. What time is it? Let's see. Let's do a drawing test as well. Make sure that this works all right. What do you think I'm going to draw here? It's a watch. This seems to be working as well. I think Twitch is also working. Okay, but I can see chat here. Hold on. Why is that? Okay, there we go. So, what are we going to be looking at today, folks? Let's see. I'm going to answer questions about the video that I released yesterday, which is the Linux level macOS workflow. So if there's someone in chat that has any questions, just share them and I will try to go over them. Let me make sure that I have set up everything correctly here. Yep. This is good. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay. Hey, Daggy Gons. I guess this is Gonzalez. Daggy? What is Daggy? I don't know. Encrypted. You didn't watch that video yet? That video is for macOS users, I would assume. So if you use Linux, I don't think you're gonna be too happy about it. Let's see. I'll open a new window here. Okay, so the video that I'm talking about is the one that I released yesterday. In theory, it should show up here at the top, like, because it's like the newest video, but I don't see it listed there. Why is it not there? That's really weird, man. Oh man, this video looks like shit. This is the first time that I showed my face in camera. God damn it. Horrible. No, all of them show except that one, the one that I released yesterday. So I guess I have to go into my channel and it should be there. This one, 18 hours ago. So I realized that I go too in depth in my configuration, and I assume that a lot of people already know what I'm talking about, but there's just a few out there that understand my dot files in and out, you know. The rest or most of the people don't know exactly everything that I'm talking about, so I'm going to widen that gap. Is that a right way to say it? I just want to cover the basics as well. You know, I'm gonna cover stuff for beginner users, but also for advanced users. Okay. gonna talk about macOS. I'm gonna talk about Neovim, the stuff that I talk about all the time. I'm gonna talk about Docker, Kubernetes, Linux servers, because that's what I use and stuff like that. But I'm not going to assume that people know stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go from beginner to advanced. Okay, I'm not going to cover just advanced stuff because that's pretty limited. The audience that I get on that is pretty limited. So I just want to cover a broader audience pretty much. You use macOS? Okay. Yep. As a Linux user, you're not upset. Yep. Mac to flow like Linux. Now, you're a Linux user, but do you use macOS as well? Or you just like watching macOS related content? Because yeah, it's I don't know, it's a difficult spot to be in because you have the Linux community and the environment is pretty closed, right? If you're not on Linux, you're just nothing, right? If you're a macOS, you're just like, no, you don't deserve to be here. Well, that depends. Not all of the Linux community is that way. But yeah, I haven't talked about macOS too much lately, and I'm going back to that because that's my main operating system. I don't think I'm gonna be switching over to Linux, so you will see more macOS related content, and but it's all productivity related. I'm just gonna talk about stuff that I find useful. I'm not going to, I don't know, install something that I'm not gonna use, just because. But yeah, I just want to share tips, macOS tips actually. So you use macOS, but primarily on Linux. Okay, so here I have the agenda of what I'm gonna be covering today. Okay, so yesterday's video, most people, or I don't know if you guys haven't watched it, but it has been doing good. Okay, and thanks if you watched it. If you did, leave a comment and all that stuff. I think it's a good video. I did spend quite a lot of time editing the video. That's what consumes most of the time, actually, editing the video. It's a long, tedious process. I don't enjoy it too much. So, Discord is gone. I had a Discord server and I just closed it. I just killed it completely. I'm also going to talk about if we should switch to Matrix. This is going to be the new hub, the new place where I will talk to the community. Sunday live streams. I'm not going to do it every Sunday, but I will try. We're going to see how it goes. Okay. But if you have questions and all that, Sundays is when we will talk about them. Okay. If you need help or anything like that, or if there's something that you want to chat about, you will be able to do it on the live stream. I'm not going to leave these to members only. These live streams, once they end, they're going to be public. So you don't have to become a member. If you want to watch it, you can watch it at any time. It's not going to be a members only option anymore. Okay. And I'm also going to go through the comments in the videos for the week and answer questions that I see in the comments there. Okay. Also, if you have questions, I already said about macOS, my files, on that stuff, just let me know in the chat and we'll try to go over them. If you need help with Yabai, Kitty, stuff that I use, if it's something that I don't use, it will not make too much sense, so I'm not going to help you there. But I'm going to guide you at least in the right direction, okay? I also talked about Starship in the previous video yesterday about ditching Starship because I don't know. We'll talk about that as well. And I also want to talk about Rift. Should I try Rift? I want to interview that guy, so we're gonna start a discussion in his GitHub and see what he says. I probably need to free up some storage. So if you guys want to see that as well, I will probably do it. And I also want to create a key map for this. You see that I have this FCF menu here, right? So I have to type right now audio, and it takes me to the audio selector, right? Or if I want to select my microphone, I have another one, but I want a key map that takes me directly to these two, because I switch my audio and input device often during the day. So maybe I'll do that as well. Okay. And of course, my CEO, which is Web23. You guys can check out his work at web23.com. That is the last thing that I do in videos, but shout out right now that we're just starting the video or the live stream. Who has joined? Luigi. macOS related content. You mean how to give Tim Cook more money? Just kidding. Yeah, I know. Have you realized how ironic that MacBooks are cheaper now than the crappy computers that you guys use because of RAM prices? Have you noticed that? Crazy, right? Yeah. I hope that the RAM prices go down soon, because I want to upgrade my home lab servers because they're 32 gigs of RAM, but I cannot upgrade them to 64 gigs of RAM if RAM prices keep, this high. There isn't that much. Let's see. Pricing macOS from beginning to complete a long video. Yep, Philip, why so serious is right. Well, this is why so Philip now, but it's why so serious. You have the bar at the top, you have a window manager. There's a lot more going on. You also have your keyboard mapper. It depends how far you want to go, right? Because I use a keyboard mapper, but I also use the firmware on this thing on the keyboard, right? So um that's another rabbit hole right there. The keyboard mapping. What else do you have? Um yeah, just tools that make your life easier pretty much. Other than that, but it's not like a whole lot. Yep. I don't want my system to look pretty. Well, that's like an afterthought. It looks pretty, but my main goal is for it to be functional, to work exactly the way that I want. So, Luigi Chanko, what do you mean? Who is Chanko? Were you from Discord, Chanko? On a 15-year-old laptop. Yep, that's true. We don't need much. Well, now that I do videos, I do need a little bit, especially if I have guests over. I need a powerful computer. So that's why I have this computer, because I can have 4 guests, and that's the way that I do the interviews that you guys see. It's all handled by my computer. So, okay, so it seems that this Sunday is going to be the new Discord chat, guys. I don't know if I'm going to open up another chatting community. Okay. I was thinking about Matrix. We can touch on this point briefly if you want. Okay. So if you noticed, if you run Discord, it's just gone. Motherfuckers gone. So um I will release a video probably explaining, well, you guys know it's because of the age verification thing. I don't know if they're gonna implement it or not, if they're gonna back out, but I just said no. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna keep it. So I was thinking about Matrix. Okay, should we open a Matrix server and just chat there? But I had some questions about Matrix. Let me share those with you. Okay, let me take a screenshot of this email that I sent. Okay, I don't want to show any names. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure that I'm not showing any names here. Nope. Okay, open this up. Okay. So I sent this email from people at Matrix. I sent the email to them because I wanted to interview something and I want to ask them questions. Somebody there replied and to my initial email. Okay. Then I sent this follow-up email, because there's a few things that I want to know about. Like, how is it different than Discord? And for people coming, from Discord only, the different ways to use it, self-hosted, non-self-hosted. If it is running non-self-hosted, where does the information live? And how can we trust that what happened with Discord is not going to happen with Matrix? And maybe there are dumb questions, stuff that I really don't know, but I would like to know. And if you decide to self-host it, how do you install it? Because I watched Tony's video. I'm not going to install an application by installing binaries. And no, I will install applications the way that I install applications, and that I have installed applications for the last 3 years using a Docker container. Okay, so I'm just going to spin up a container. If a database is needed, it's going to be a container as well, living next to the container. That's the way that I'm going to install it if it is possible to do it via Docker. So I asked them if they have like an official image or not, and I like to know that. But now here comes the funny part as well. Okay, this was brought up by someone in my audience. Matrix was initially created under MDocs. What's the relationship and any conspiracy theories you want to clarify? This is what Google showed. Okay, is this. You can read this part right here. Okay, so I just wanted to know about that. It's a genuine question, but I didn't get a reply after that. So we'll see what happens. Okay, we'll see if because I would like to interview someone on the Matrix team. Just answer all these questions because it appears that it started, under this, but it's not anymore. Let's see if we can find something about it. Let's see. I found a Reddit post, but okay, you know what? I know this is not like the official source of information, but initially was created inside this to be caught, and in the following weeks, the core team created their own UK-based company, New Vector Limited. So it seems that it started that way, but it's not related to this anymore. So I don't care, to be honest. I just wanted to hear from them directly, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I don't think the interview is gonna happen anymore, but if it happens, there's questions I have about Matrix that I would like to have answers for, pretty much. What do you guys think? Maybe you can create both a Discord server and a Matrix server, but why a Discord server if I already closed it? Why would I create it again? That's gone. I don't think the Discord will still require the verification thingy, okay? So that's a response to the pushback they got from the community, which is a good signal in case that they decide not to do it anymore, but we don't know yet. Let me switch this to this side. Yeah, this is better. Yep. The best thing is to create a forum since that can be on the web and can be searchable via Google. That's what I was thinking because when someone has a question in Discord, you cannot find it. You have to be in that community to be able to find that answer. And it doesn't make sense. Why would I want to keep information, in that bubble that nobody outside can access? A forum would be actually a pretty good idea, but nobody's going to use the forum, right? So, it's just going to be a waste of time as well. If that's the case, we already have a forum like in here, right? We have discussions here. So people can post stuff there and it's going to be searchable on the internet. That's an option. But I don't know. But for now, we're going to have Sunday live streams and people can chat there and ask questions, make friends. There was a couple of friends, the Chinese guy and the other guy that became friends on Discord, and they were sad because Wei was gonna close the server. But you can make friends here. How can you contact other people? Let's say that I'm in chat. How can I contact someone else? I don't think I can, right? If Waiso Philip wants to talk to Luigi, they can't. If they want to start a romantic relationship, I don't think you guys will be able to do it. Um, if you go to his profile, if you write down his name, let's see. Let's let's see what happens if you copy this. I guess you can see his name, right? Why so Philip? Just make sure you set your status to single so why so Philip can get the signal and start the move. What happens if I come here? If I paste this, I can see it. But now, if this guy doesn't have any information there, you're screwed. You will not be able to start the move there. So you will need to have something here if you want people to reach out to you. Spammers, pretty much, because I have my email there, and man, I get a lot of spam emails, and it sucks. Okay, so you can because you're a mod. Uh, oh, as a regular chatter, you cannot click on the account, but you can see the username, right? So at least that's something. Yeah, YouTube definitely needs to have something where people can chat because, well, they have the communities now, like you can enable a community, people can chat in that community, but it's weird because they show up as posts and I don't like them. I don't like seeing posts from other communities. But would you guys find that useful if I enable it? Because I did have it enabled, but I disabled it because I didn't like it. On Discord, you can create a type of channel that is basically a forum. Nah, man, Discord is gone. I don't think Discord is gonna come back. And why is that? Because there were only like, I don't know, 15, 20 users that were active on Discord. What's the purpose, Yeah, and why so serious is right there. It's not searchable on Google. I don't know, it's weird. Sylvan had the discussions in GitHub as a forum, but if we move away from GitHub and we go to something else like Quoteberg in the future, that is going to be gone as well. I don't know. Self-hosting is the only option, I guess. But what happens if my hard drives die and everything dies? Same thing. So, there's no perfect answer for this. IRC is the solution. Oh man. Joshua Blaze is an IRC. I don't like IRC too much. I don't know. I don't know. Could be. I don't know how IRC works. I don't understand it. But for now, let's use the live streams, okay? Now, I want to go over comments in videos as well. Let's see. Bring this up here. Da-da-da. Let me see. I'm gonna bring up this over to the screen. We're gonna come here to the comments. Where's the comment section? Content, dashboard, community. Okay, here we go. There's a community tab. Okay, there. And I just want to go through the comments from last week, and I'm just going to answer them here. Okay. And if you guys have any questions in chat, remember, just ask, and I'm going to answer them as well. What's your view on Western versus Kitty? This one comes from, did I move myself to the other side? Oh, you can see it there, right? Chat is blocking me there, but you can see what video this is about. It's the video down here. Okay, you cannot see it there, but it's down there. You'll be able to see it there. So I love Western, and I feel like the only thing about Kitty that tempts me to try it is the cursor animation. Do you think there's any other benefits of Kitty over Western? Western has sessions as well. Okay, so um, I haven't tried it. I don't know if sessions are good on Western or not. Ian, which is one of the mods, well, he was one of the mods in Discord, used Western, and I don't know how it went with sessions. So sessions is a must for me right now that I'm not using Tmux. Kitty allows me to do it. Western, I'm not sure. Okay, the only reason, the only reason why I'm not using Western is because of this. You guys already know where I'm going, right? Directly to the issues tab, 1400 issues. So I know it's a single guy, like COVID as well. The Kitty maintainer is a single guy, but this is too much. I don't know if these are real issues. I don't know for how long Wes is going to continue to maintain Western. I don't know how issues are treated, if they're treated at all or not, or if it's just something that he uses and if he doesn't care about what you submit as an issue. I don't know if these are real issues or not. I don't know. Let's see, Kitty. Let's see how COVID handles it. Kitty. It's Gigalord COVID Goyal. That's how you guys have to refer to COVID. Gigalord. Okay. Let's see how Gigalord COVID manages this. 12 issues. It's pretty responsive. He just, you know, get them bugs as soon as he gets them. He's not like the most polite when you open an issue. And we talked about that in the video, but I get it. I don't blame him. It's a huge tool. And he also mentioned in the interviews that I had with him that Kitty is just the tool that he uses to do his work, right? Kitty doesn't bring any money for him. The tool that actually feeds his family is Caliber. Let's see, COVID. This is his main tool. This is what his life depends on, right? So, and this is a huge project, just maintaining Caliber itself. And on top of Caliber, he's also maintaining Kitty. No, it's a lot of stuff. So I understand if he's sometimes a little bit, you know, direct in his way of talking to people because Caliber is the biggest project that he has. This is just a tool that he uses to do his work. But I don't know. I tried to talk to Wes to see if he wanted to do an interview. He is not interested, I think. I never got a response. I wanted to get to know him a little bit better, ask him questions and all that stuff, but that was not possible. COVID, we already had interviews twice. So I don't know. I'm just a fangirl. And I don't have anything against Western. I don't know. I don't know. Kitty works extremely well. Um, Ghosty doesn't have sessions, so I'm not using tmux. Ghosty is out of question for me right now. If Ghosty implements sessions, man, that's gonna be tough because I do love how the cursor looks on Ghosty. Gonna be a tough call. Let's see. Yeah, Ian was using Western, but I think he switched to Kitty because he was not able to do this on Kitty. When you open a new tab by default on Kitty, let's say that you open it and you open a tool, it shows you the name of the tool here at the top, and that's really annoying, right? I didn't want that, but you can change that. So I just told him how to change it, and I'm not sure if he's gonna switch to Kitty or not, you know. But sessions work quite well in Kitty. Kitty has 6,600 closed issues. What is our real issue there? He auto closes a lot of issues. Kitty has more numbers than Western. 6,600. Let's see. Let's take a look at the closed ones. Okay. In Western, 2,800. That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Tough call. Tough call. If the performance difference was huge between Kitty and Western, I would use Western, you know, but I didn't feel a performance difference between the two. They work the same. The weird thing about Kitty is fonts, and it took me a little while to figure it out, you know, and the spaces here on the sides was a little bit hard to get them correctly. The spacing here, the font didn't apply. So I had to spend like a day trying to figure out the font thing. If there's someone else that is using the nerd font, you have to specify it like this directly, okay? Or it's not gonna work. Your font is not gonna show up properly, okay? So make sure you have it installed. And I had to add the mono word at the end. Look at this. I even left a comment there. The mono word. If I didn't add the mono word, it didn't work. The font didn't show up correctly. It was not the right font. But this solved that issue, which was a big issue for me because the font looked different between Kitty and Ghosty. Now they look pretty similar. It's decent. Colors look good in both of them, so I'm good there. You think Ghosty is slower compared to Kitty? Ah man, I feel Ghosty pretty snappy. Maybe it's your crappy computer, your old Intel-based computer, the one, the one there. A good terminal for macOS. There's depends. Do you use tmux or no? And do you watch images inside Neovim or no? If you don't use tmux, if you don't know what sessions are, if you don't care, just use the stock macOS terminal. If you don't use Neovim in the terminal, if you don't view images inside Neovim, in yesterday's video, I do like a comparison, you know. Let me open up the stock terminal. You can see. Okay, so where is it? Here. Look at this. I'm just going to switch here to my dot files. Oh no, you know what? I'm going to switch to uh this other repo. Look at this. I know that I don't have it configured correctly and it's not fair to the macOS terminal, But look at this crap. Like, what is this, man? Let's try to view an image here. Look at this. Trying to view an image in this terminal here. Look at the headings, right? So the nerd fonts, look at this. I don't even know if this terminal supports nerd fonts, but look at the icons here. Doesn't recognize them. There probably is a setting, but I don't care, right? Now, compare this, right, to this. Same file, okay? This is the exact same file. This is Kitty, and this is the macOS stock terminal. macOS terminal and Kitty. macOS terminal, Kitty. Which one do you think looks better? But it all depends, right? If the only thing that you do in the terminal is type some commands or write some bash scripts, why would you want to have Kitty? You can use the stock terminal. So it all depends. Hey, we have a celebrity here in chat. We have Dart. You guys see how he looks without a hat? You guys remember the live stream with the queen, with the goat Borman? She asked, "How does he look without the hat? Take the hat off." Yesterday I saw him in stream, and yep, go and check it out. What do you guys think? Is he bold or not? You have a problem with Neovim and Ghosty. When I set up padding on the terminal, it also adds padding when you're inside Neovim. How did you add the padding? The padding, how did you add it? Okay, let me see how I added the padding. Here, I had to try a lot of different combinations to see what worked. This is what worked for me, okay? I was using Tmux, so I probably have to verify the padding here, but yeah, I'm good. I like the way that it shows here on the right, that small padding. So it shows you here, right? A single value sets the four sides, two values, vertical and horizontal, three values, and four values. So here it is, top, right, bottom, and left. So it's top, right, I have five, bottom, I have two, and left, I have two. Maybe I should decrease this to 0 now to make this smaller here, but if I set it to 0 when I'm outside of the terminal, this is going to move to the side here to the left. So I need this padding here. So this is decent. I think this is good for me. For you, the Kitty terminal looks better, but because it doesn't have the decorations on top. But Ghosty doesn't have decorations either. You can configure it. Let me bring up Ghosty. I have it on my other screen because I have it configured to open on the other screen. Hold on. Where is Ghosty? There is Ghosty. Let me bring it over to the other screen. Where is it? Where did you go, Ghosty? Oh no, it's here. Okay, let's move Ghosty to this desktop 4. Now, look at the padding here in Ghosty. I love the cursor, man. I like the cursor in Ghosty better than Kitty. Let's compare Ghosty and Kitty, okay? So let's open the Ghosty configuration file. And man, I feel that Ghosty is really snappy, right? So let's open the same file, okay? Well, I don't even have my Tmux keybinds anymore, but I'm still running Tmux in Ghosty here, okay? But what do I like more? Do I like the blur here more Or do I like the way that it looks here with less blur? I don't know. I like both of them, but look at the font. The font looks decent in both of them. I can read it quite well. Yeah, it looks good. The padding here, there's not too much padding here on the right. I should increase that. But there's a setting in Ghosty as well to increase the padding. I also modified that here. This is the padding for the X axis, and here's the padding for the Y axis. Okay, so I modified it in Ghosty and I modified it in Kitty in both of them. But I don't know, I feel even running Tmux, right? This is Ghosty. Even running Tmux, I feel that is faster, and I don't know why. Look at this. Look at this beauty. Look at how it flies, that bad boy there. Let's switch now to Kitty, okay? And let's see. But I think it has to do with the visual animation that Ghosty has, because of the color change. This is just a single color, right? But in Ghosty, I apply two shaders. So it looks like, you see when it moves, looks like a orange or yellow, like a golden color when the cursor is moving. But it's because of the shaders that are here, this cursor blaze and the cursor smear, because of both of these. So I like how the cursor looks in Ghosty better, and I feel it snappy too, man. Imagine running Ghosty without Tmux. Would feel even snappier, I think. Oh yeah, the decoration at the top, I forgot about that. So if you go to Ghosty, where's Ghosty? Well, I can open it here in Kitty. Ghosty configuration file. Maybe top. Let's see. No, that's adding. Quick terminal. No. Decorations. Yep, here. Well, but this works in macOS, right? macOS title bar style hidden. If you use Linux, I have no idea, man. But at least on macOS, you can hide the menu on the top and it shows like this. Okay. I don't know why I'm still running Tmux in Ghosty. Is there a reason? Let's see. Yeah, because that is the only way that I can navigate actually. But let's disable this. And let's quit Ghosty. Let's open Ghosty again. May move it to a different desk, desktop 4. Okay, so we're using Ghosty there without running Tmux. I don't feel a difference, to be honest. It's as snappy as when it had Tmux enabled, you know? But it's decent. Look at the padding. The padding on the top, the padding on the right, maybe a little bit. I may need a little bit more there on the right, so it matches with the padding that I have here in Kitty. Okay, in Kitty, I'm showing the tab names at the top. In Ghosty, are there tabs in Ghosty? No. How do you open tabs in Ghosty? I don't know how to open tabs. No, I have no idea, man. But yeah, the only reason why I'm not using Command T, that's what I tried and it didn't open it. But that's the only reason why I'm not using Ghosty, is because it doesn't have sessions, native sessions, like Kitty, right? And I don't want to use Tmux anymore. The cursor in Ghosty was slower compared to Kitty. Uh, did you notice my cursor in Ghosty was really fast, So I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on there. Remove the padding when you're inside a TUI like Neovim. Man, I remember that I was dealing with some paddings in Neovim right now. I don't remember right now. I asked a question because you guys remember that I had the Skitty notes. I had this. I haven't used Skitty notes in a long time, and I don't think I'm gonna use it anymore. But I had this Skitty notes app, the one that used to show here on the right on my videos. And my audio was shit there. This this is Neovim, so I had to play around with paddings there a lot. So I don't remember. I think I played around with paddings. Go and check this video out. Check the Skitty Notes videos, and maybe you'll be able to find something there. I don't quite remember. Oh, we have DT on the house. I saw a Mac once. It was a Thursday. I was at Starbucks. Man, what's up with people that use MacBooks that go to Starbucks? Why? Why that? How do you say it? No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that type of person, and I know, all of the people at Starbucks using Photoshop, or I don't know what they do at Starbucks, but nah, hipsters. Hipsters, yeah. Yep, we have the other legend, DT, in the house. Hipsters, yeah. Some of my friends used to call me a hipster, but I'm not a hipster. It's just who I am, I'm vegetarian, but not because I'm a hipster or something. I don't know. I don't drink, and not because I'm a hipster or something. I don't do drugs. Do hipsters do drugs? If they do, then, I'm not a hipster then. Let's see. Okay, so we were looking at comments. Here. Okay, so we were talking about this. Said, okay, what do you guys think about said? It's truly fast, has night default configs, and it's basically your Neovim setup on steroids. With some plugin implemented by default like incrementing, now also toggles booleans, subword motion, etc. Man. So this guy is saying that sed is my Neovim setup, but on steroids. Damn. What do you guys think? What does chat think? Should we try sed? Is sed better than Neovim? Should we interview someone that uses the set editor? What do you guys think? Look at this comment. Man, I think the tea is drunk today, maybe. Most macOS versions eventually graduate to Linux GigaChats. It's just the natural progression. I think it's the other way around, the tea. The the market percentage that you guys talk about, that you that you guys love talking about, that you're like in 2%, or what is it? Oh, we're on 2.01%, and then they get all excited next year because it's on 2.02%. I'm gonna steal that 0.1% and bring it over to macOS, so they become the true GigaChats, the macOS GigaChat. Said can't really replace Neovim. In it? Can't it? I don't know. I think I don't know. I would like to try Zed to see if it's actually good or not. Where did my comments go? Did I close it? Oh, no, it's here. Okay. But this guy has balls. It's basically my Neovim setup on steroids. How more on steroids can it be than what we have now? I would have to try it to see if that is true or not. We'll see. But it's a good comment. Why don't I switch to Emacs? Here's the answer. I'm afraid. I'm scared, and I'm afraid that I'll spend 10 years configuring it. I have a lot of respect for Emacs users, to be honest, because it's GigaChats. The ones that use Emacs, you're not gonna see, it's GigaChats, the ones that use Emacs. But I have spent so much configuring Neovim that I just don't want to go down that path with Emacs. That's the only reason. But like I have said in other videos, I would like to try it for the scheduling abilities, right? Because in the video that I did with Prat, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but man, I was impressed by the way that he does things. This one, let me just quickly show you. And that was what he does on Emacs is amazing because he has his schedule, he has events, that he adds to his calendar. I think he replies to email on Emacs. Where did he do it? He showed it somewhere around here. Here, look at this. Oh man. Look at this. Today's agenda. Oh, I don't know if you guys will be able to see it. Let's see. Where is it? This. So he adds to do there. He has the day. You can plan your day. And this is, what is this called? Org agenda, I think it's called, right? Org agenda. So this is something that I would find really interesting because in Neovim, I have my daily notes and that's basically all I need, The rest of my stuff, I manage it in my calendar, like the macOS application, the calendar application, but I don't like it. I hate it, right? So if there was a way that I could manage or schedule my meetings in Emacs or in something that looks like a terminal that has Vimotions, that would be awesome. But I don't know. You cannot have hair on your head and use Linux. Yep. Once you get it configured to your liking, you almost never touch it. Touch the config after that. Yep. But the real question is, how long does it take you to get there, right? It's years. It's not months, it's years. I've been playing around with Neovim for 1.5 years, I think. I don't remember exactly, but I think over a year and a half. And man, it's a lot of time, You can configure it. If I can think of something, I can do it in Neovim. And that's a huge benefit, but also the problem, right? Because you think of something, you're like, how can I do this? You can do it as long as you can think about it. You can do it, but it's a lot of time that you need to invest. Probably a year of two not touching Emacs evil mode. Okay, that's something that I don't know as well because Prod told me you should try vanilla Emacs like a true GigaChat. Not like a Giga Stacy using evil mode. So I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'm scared to be honest. I just don't want to invest time in Emacs. So you installed Kitty last week and started setting up with your tips, getting the terminals, etc. Should I just go with Lazy7 today? I am using Linux. What does chat think? What does chat think? JB should do. Should he or should she, he, it, or whatever you are, go with Lazy7 or something else? This is a very difficult answer because 50-50. 50% of the people is gonna say no, 50% is gonna say yes. And I'm on the yes side of things because you don't know if Neovim is gonna be for you. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen if you don't go with a distro. You're gonna go and try to set up your own config. Well, there's AI now. There wasn't AI like a couple years ago, so it was more difficult. Maybe AI is good now and it can guide you. If you watch my videos, and you see how I use Neovim, you can try LazyVim, the default LazyVim config, right? See if you like it or not. If you watch my videos and you see how I use Neovim, you can try to use my config, which is the Neobean config. Why do I call it Neobean? Is because I'm a beaner. I have a friend at my previous job that used to call me well, he calls me a greasy beaner. So that's why I call it Neobean. And try it. See if you like it or not. Okay. You're gonna run into what's the other one? Helix. Like the Neovim wannabe Helix. You're gonna run into that. Probably you're gonna switch to it. A year later, you're gonna realize that it's not as powerful as you wanted. You're gonna switch back to something else. You're gonna probably switch back to Neovim, or you're gonna go to Emacs, but try a distro. Another option that is out there is this one, Minimax. Okay, so if you don't want to go with a distro, this is not a distro. This is created by Echesnowski, which is one of the best plugin creators out there for Neovim. So if you don't want to go with the distro, try this. It's a config and it guides you through the process. It has a lot of documentation. So in case that you want to learn Lua, it's going to point you to a lot of different places in which you can learn the Lua basics. You can ask AI because you already have the expert, the code of an expert here that knows what it's doing. So if you don't know Lua, you can trust the code by Chesnowski. So you could ask, what the code is doing, see if it can somehow teach you. Don't let it teach you from scratch, but if you already have existing code, ask it to explain it to you and see how it does, because you can trust this guy. This guy is an authority in Neovim. So try my config, try LazyVim, or try Minimax, and see if you like it or not. What's the difference in using Emacs and Neovim if you're using both the Vim keybinds? Um, Emacs is a standalone application. You don't run Emacs in your terminal. Well, you can run Emacs in your terminal, but usually you want to open up the Emacs application because you would think that it's actually a terminal app, but no, it's its own application. And it has variable font sizing, right? You can have your headings, your org headings, because that's what those guys use, org. They don't use markdown, they just use org. So their headings are bigger, right? What else? What else? What else can you do in Emacs? You can read your email in Emacs. You can play music in Emacs. Since it's a standalone application, a lot of modules, I think those are called DT. What are they called? But you have a lot of functionality in Emacs that you don't have in Neovim, right? Neovim is a terminal application. Emacs is its own environment, its own application, and a lot of stuff has written for it. If you're a writer, you're gonna love Emacs because of the org agenda and the org mode support that it has. All right, DT. Talk to you later, man. ChatGPT is really good at writing Emacs Lisp. Okay, I don't want to go through config agony. Yep. So, uh, man, it's tough. It all depends. Do you want to spend a lot of time on this or not? Right? There's a lot of documentation out there, and AI has been trained with all the videos that we create. I think it has gotten better, and it went through all of the Neovim's documentation, manuals, and stuff. So it's probably more useful now. Just try Minimax, try my config, but just keep in mind that I use macOS. Okay, so if you use Linux, some things may be a little bit different for you as well. Okay. Which AI do I use? I use just ChatGPT, just copy and paste. I am still, I still use it that way. Copy, paste, read, verify if it works, paste it in my terminal. But yeah, I haven't tried any of the other AIs yet. I want though. Okay, let's see. Where is my I moved it here. Let's see that kitty setup video. Okay. If there's people in chat that want me to create kitty setup video, let me know. Okay. I just want the signal. Okay, or just like this comment or something, because that's gonna tell me if people are interested in something like that or no. I'm gonna show you how to rise macOS. Yep. So what do you guys want? Do you want like from beginning to end rising macOS video? It's quite a lot, I have a playlist that is quite old in my channel. But I think it's still kind of useful. The audio is pretty bad actually. Let's see. This is my first 2024 macOS workflow. I have a few videos here, like what is Brew, how to install it, how can you install multiple apps on Brew, what are dotfiles, nerd fonts, carabiner elements. I don't use carabiner elements anymore. I don't use Tmux anymore. I still use Yabai. I still use Sketchybar. I don't use any of these two. I don't use Better Touch tool anymore. So it's a bit outdated, Probably I will create a version. It all depends. If people are interested, just let me know and we can continue with the rising videos. Hold on. Thanks for the video. Did you disable zip for Yabai to work correctly? Okay. Does someone in chat use Yabai, Aerospace, Rift? What do you guys use as the window manager? Because there's this misconception about Yabai in which you have to disable zip. And actually you don't. How do I know this? Because when I was at my previous job, hold on. It's hot in here, man. Let me see if I have the AC on. Hold on. Yeah, I'll have to turn it on. Okay. I will have to turn it on. Just give me a minute and I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. Beginning to end rising of macOS would be nice. What do I think of rectangle for managing windows on macOS? That's for babies. Okay. But you cannot run before you learn to crawl, right? You cannot run before you walk. So if you just left your mama's titty, you cannot start using Yabai right off the bat, because you have to become an adult to start using Yabai. But in the meantime, you can use rectangle. There's other ones besides rectangle. What are the other ones? Let's see. Rectangle, amethyst, I think. Let's see. Rectangle, amethyst, macOS. Okay. So there is this amethyst and there is this also rectangle for window management. Um, like I said, that is for babies. I think Those do something like this, if I'm not mistaken, right? They allow you to put windows in a specific section of the screen, like what Raycast does. Is that what those do? Let's read about them, because I'm just talking crap here and I should be reading about them. Let's see. Rectangle macOS. Move and resize windows using the keyboard shortcuts or snap areas. Yep, exactly what Raycast does. Well, let's see, Amethyst. Amethyst. Let's see what Amethyst does. Oh, tiling window manager. Has it always been this way? I thought that Amethyst was like rectangle, but it has this layout wide to pane 3D DSP, okay? It seems that Amethyst is a little bit more advanced than I thought, or did it change recently? Along the lines of Xmonad, okay? So it seems that this is a real window manager. I didn't know. I have never tried Amethyst, but yeah, it's a tiling window manager. So Rectangle is not a window manager. It's just an application that allows you to put your applications in certain sections of the screen. A real window manager takes over everything and positions your applications according to the rules that you configure, right? You see this application that I have here. It's called Social Stream. You see that it's configured to show tiles here because I see this chat, I see this other chat here, and I see this chat here, right? So in a window manager, you configure rules. I configured it so that on this desktop number 5, it shows tiles, but that is the only one in which I use tiles, right? On the rest of them, I use them in stack mode. Like here is my terminal, here is my browser, occupying the entire screen. And where do you configure that? If you go to my .files, you're gonna see here the Yabai RC file. I'm gonna show you where I do that right now. So which desktop did we say it was? Social stream. Let's search for here. Social stream is on space 5. Okay, so notice here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I configure it layout BSP. Desk 3, I also set it for layout BSP. What do I put on desk 3? Oh, because I put my terminal on desk 3, right? So what does that mean? If I open another instance of Kitty, because of this rule, it's gonna open it as a tile here on the side, right? So if I do that, notice where it opened Kitty? It's because of those rules that I have there, right? The rest of them are configured to use stack mode, right? Because of this condition here. All of them use stack mode except the ones that I declare here to use a different layout, like this one, desk 3, or desk 5, for example, right? So that's what a real window manager does. You configure rules and it will decide where to put you will decide where to put applications. Okay, so I put all of my applications on my main desk, but I don't want you guys to see my Outlook. I don't want you guys to see Element or WhatsApp or my email, right? So I configure some rules, right? For these applications here, send them to my non-stream space. And what is that space? My second monitor, right? So you will not be able to see these applications here because of these rules, right? So if I open my calendar, it will open on the other screen because of the rules that I define here, right? I don't want to be moving stuff around. I don't want to think, okay, so every time that I stream, I want to move my applications to another. It doesn't make sense. So you just configure your rules, and the window manager is going, like the word says, manage your windows. So that's basically the concept behind the window manager. What else do you need to know about it? That's pretty much it. It has a lot of different options that you can specify here. And depending on the window manager, it has different features. You can configure the padding here. I have a lot of conditions. Depending on the screen, I configure the top padding because that way, sometimes my bar is smaller depending on the resolution of the screen. So I need to make this bigger, or I need to make this, you know, down. I need to make this window smaller or bigger depending on the resolution. So I have some conditions here. So that's pretty much what the window manager does. And you stayed for keyboard reviews, and you stayed after watching video with Andrea. Oh yeah, with the goat, with the queen. Yep, yeah, the goat. You use Raycast for window management. That's good. That's good. But I'm gonna teach you how to run. You're still crawling right now. You're in your baby phase, okay? That's the goal. So you graduate and you become a man, and you start using a real window manager like Yabai, Aerospace, or Rift. Ramadan Mubarak. What? Okay. The problem that you have with Thailand window managers is that you cannot use the trackpad gestures for moving between workspaces, okay? But why? Look at this. I have my four fingers here. Don't get too excited, Luigi, because it's not what you think, okay? But I'm gonna move to another space, okay? So I'm just gonna move here with my fingers to another space. I'm going to move to desk 1, desk 2, desk 3, desk 4, desk 5, and right there with my fingers. But I'm using Yabai. And that's what I like about Yabai, that it doesn't create a virtual environment, but it uses the macOS spaces. That's the reason why I don't use Aerospace. But I don't switch workspaces like that. If you're switching workspaces like that, no. I don't switch to spaces. That's the difference, because I switch to applications directly, right? So I'm in the chat here, gonna switch to my terminal. You notice how fast it was? There was no animation. Now I'm gonna switch back, so it's instant pretty much, right? Because I don't switch to a workspace, I switch directly to the application. There are native commands now for what rectangle does. Yeah, Raycast does what rectangle does. macOS does that as well now. It has native commands for that. I didn't know, but I cannot go back to something like rectangle, or no. After using a window manager, you cannot go back to using your computer without a window manager because it's too messy. F Linus just breaks kernel space and have a Win32. I don't understand this. I like Raycast, but I want to start using Linux, so I gotta find something new. Okay. So if you want to switch to Linux, start using a real window manager like Yabai, Rift, or Aerospace. I haven't tried Rift. I want to try Rift, but yep. It in Aerospace it doesn't let you do it. Yeah. I don't like tiling window managers on laptop. Only full screen apps with occasional smaller floating windows. Agreed. Nagweed is 100% right. I don't like tiling window managers on my laptop, and I don't like them on my main computer either. The only place I like tiles is here. You guys are tiles now, right? Or my terminal as well. If I open it, it opens tiles, but I don't like it at all. I hate them. But there's occasions like this one specifically, in which I need tiles because it's the only way that I can see all of the chat messages. Other than that, I would have to be switching between all these three chats and it wouldn't make too much sense, right? Let's see, we have here, you want to know spending time learning the next OS? Okay. Next OS, that's another topic. Because there is this thing called Next Darwin. And Why So Serious mentioned it that I should try Next Darwin. I'm gonna go over that comment, but I'm curious. It makes sense for me to try Next Darwin. Do I need it? Probably not, but we'll see. Linkarzu, heard you talking shit about Windows. Me? When? When have I said something bad about Windows, man? The view is a normal theater view on Twitch. Yeah, on Twitch is normal view. The only view that is vertical is YouTube. I'm sending two streams to YouTube. The normal YouTube stream and the vertical YouTube stream. But to Twitch, I'm sending it wide. Uh, I don't know if it's good or bad. I think that's good for Twitch. Twitch, you let me know. You like this, or would you rather me send it vertically? Oh yeah, looks good here. Says nag weed. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Linux desktop sucks because the GUI doesn't have any syscalls, unlike Windows or Mac. Windows, man. I'm sorry, Cicerino, but I have been using Windows lately. And if you ask me to choose, what do you want to use, Windows or Linux? Linux. I wouldn't doubt it. I would go with Linux. Even if audio doesn't work, even if the video editor is like an editor that comes from the 70s, I would choose Linux over Windows. No, I don't know. No, definitely, I would go with Linux for sure because I have my terminal there and I have my Neovim there. So even if my audio doesn't work, even if my microphone doesn't work, even if I cannot edit videos like a true GigaChat, I'm fine. You guys wouldn't see me on YouTube anymore, but at least I could do my stuff. Linus doesn't want people writing window manager alongside kernel like Windows 32. We need Tony on the stream to talk about Omicron. Yeah. Yep. Did you guys see that? Okay. Just in case that you don't know what I'm talking about, what the good place 1234 is talking about. Let's see. Let me show you real quick. Where is this? Hold on. And this application, this one is configured to be on the other screen. So I cannot switch to it easily. So it sucks. So I have to switch to it like a newbie, but I'm not usually this way. So let's see, where is this? Where can I find it? Here. This. This is what this guy is talking about. Do you know who this is, right? DHH, also known as Tony's dad, is his daddy. So he's going to create this event, Omicron. What does it say here? What is this about? Is this about tickets on sale? So it's a paid event? What is this? Does someone in chat know? I just posted this comment here because Tony, I just asked the HH if Tony was invited as a speaker to the events, but he never replied. And Tony is not invited, but yeah. What what is this event for? Is this to promote Oma Omarchi? Omachi, or what is it about? Does someone in chat know? Who is this guy, Baxtery? Because Dart mentioned Baxtery, and I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. Is this like a Linux guy or something? I don't know about Linux guys. Sorry. You hear the music in the background? God damn. I thought DistroTube I thought DistroTube was Tony's dad. Must be the other dad you're talking about. Yeah. DistroTube is Tony's grandpa, but his real dad is DHH, right? So that's what's happening. I'd be rather deaf on Linux than hearing stuff on Windows. The convention is actually directly related to my interest and watch this channel, but it's kind of what is the convention about? I don't know. Is it going to be about Omarchi, or what is that actually about? Is it like open source? I don't know. I could also had do you guys think? Do you guys know that Windows originally was Unix based, right? Back when it was called how was it called? Let's see if it shows up here. Windows. And you hear the music get there? God damn it. That's the problem of living on the third world. You know, that people like that shitty music and they put it like the max volume. I hate that. Windows old. Windows originally was based on Unix, right? So Xenix, Microsoft at this. Okay, so Xenix is a discontinued Unix operating system for platforms licensed by Microsoft from AT&T. The first version was released in 1980, and Xenix was the most common Unix variant during the mid to late 80s. Then it was acquired. The final Xenix version released in 1981. So this is what Windows used to be in 1980, right? But then, due to money, they decided to go with something else because they had to pay for licensing, you know, to AT&T. So let's see if we can read more about it here. What can we search? MS-DOS was Microsoft's single tasking operating system, which can run from floppy disks. Hard disk, MS-DOS, and Linux are part of a family. Linux. The company, Microsoft, advised customers who wanted multi-user and multitasking support to buy Linux. So Microsoft, from the get-go, knew that MS-DOS was shit, right? They recommended Linux, right? But then MS-DOS became like the main thing. Universal environment. Microsoft, let's see. While Unix was still rare in companies, Linux was probably the most commonly installed Unix. Transfer of ownership, replacement. By 1988, AT&T reported that Linux developers were about half. Let's see if we can find something about this. I don't know. I'll have to read it slower, but do you guys think Microsoft, by this point, already realized that moving away from Unix was the biggest mistake they ever made? And they should actually be Unix compatible. Imagine Microsoft being Unix compatible. You could open your terminal, you could type all the freaking commands like you do in macOS and Linux. They would work, right? Would be amazing. Everything would be more standardized, right? But no, you go to Microsoft, you open the terminal, it's shit, it's crap, it's horrible. I don't like it. There's a lot of people here that probably like it, but what do you guys think? Do you think that Microsoft already realized that it was a mistake to move away from Unix into their MS-DOS shit? Vanilla new Emacs yet. Windows users, the Baxter is the pen. Yep. Can't you install Bash on Windows? Well, now you can, right? Because now they have the compatibility layer, like the Windows subsystem for Linux, because I think they're realizing that Windows is crap and most power users don't want to use it, so they use WSL. And now you can run what sudo commands on Windows too. I don't know, man. I don't know. We have full Linux on Windows, yeah, with WSL, but it's just an additional layer, right? You're pretty much running a virtual machine on Windows, so what's the point? Yeah, you can interact still with Windows, not fully, but no. I would prefer to have like a native Unix experience, not another layer on top of my operating system. Let's see what does the shorts chat says. Hold on. Let's see can I scroll here? Neri or Hyperland or Mango? What do you guys think? None, because I don't use Linux. I love Neri with Fedora. Omarchi sucks. Omarchi's Hyperland flavored. Arch based, I don't like. Unwanted apps, yeah. But I saw a tweet that DHH posted since the community was bitching about the proprietary garbage, as Tony says, that Omarchi includes, the new version of Omarchi is not going to have all of that crap. So you won't be able to take it out, right? Because that was like the main complaint from the community. We're going to see how people take that. I think I saw it on Twitter, or maybe I dreamt it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making shit up. I don't remember, but I think I saw it somewhere. They'd rather people be trapped on Windows to use their Microsoft only apps. XMPP, Matrix, IRC manualist. Wait, it exists. Yep. Someone suggested in Discord when I was about to close Discord that I should try a mailing list. Who was that guy? That was the guy that used to live on a country where he only has 3 hours of sun a day for like 6 months. I don't remember his name, but I don't know. This is gonna be the new community. Sundays, chat. We'll be able to talk to people. Oh, so you can run Emacs. What do you mean? You can run Emacs on Windows? Because I'm using Windows at work now, but I don't have experience with Emacs. So what I'm doing at work is that I installed Obsidian and I have my Vim motions and I have Markdown at least on Windows. So I'm using Obsidian, right? I do have to deal with a lot of text. Um, and that's what I've been using. So should I try Emacs? Can you run Emacs on Windows? Isn't Emacs a Unix thing? Emacs is native on Windows. God damn, that's news for me. But that means that I have to spend 2 years learning Emacs so that I can start doing my work. And the Windows computer, I use it specifically for work, nothing else. I don't have fun on that computer at all. There are tiling window managers for Windows like Glaze WM and Komarovi, man. But the only problem is that the operating system, the base is shit, right? So it doesn't matter if you put perfume on shit, it's still gonna be shit, right? So why would I? Yeah, I get it. No, I don't get it. You shouldn't use. There's no reason. Okay, the only people that need to use Windows are developers, Windows developers that build, Windows games, or Windows application developers. At my work, I'm a network engineer. I shouldn't be using Windows. I could do everything that I do in a Mac, right? The only thing that I do is SSH into all of the network equipment in the company and configure it pretty much. Configure firewall rules, VLANs, load balancers, all that stuff. I don't need Windows for that. I could do it on Mac. So I don't need Windows. I could do it on Mac. I could do it on Linux, right? Who needs Windows? Okay, people that play games need Windows. Well, not even, because Darth was in chat a moment ago, and he uses Linux for gaming. I don't know how good it is, but if you play games, if you develop games, or if you develop Windows applications, you should use Windows. Who else? If you don't know anything about computers, probably you should use Windows. My dad uses Windows. I'm not gonna tell him, hey, let's install Linux, or hey, let's install Mac. No, just keep using Windows, and yeah, that's the reality. Emacs has SSH stuff too. Yeah, DT said that in live stream. Well, yeah, in one of the calls, or in one of the interviews we had, that you can SSH from Emacs directly to your stuff. That's nice. New Shell on Windows Terminal to make the experience tolerable. I haven't used New Shell, and I am also required to use Windows on my work computer. Yep, I am too, man. Yep, I have no choice. I asked if I could get like a different computer, a MacBook Air. I don't need a MacBook Pro. Just give me a cheap $300 MacBook Air, and I'm good. You know, I don't need a new one. Just give me a used one. $300, 8 gigs of RAM is better than the ThinkPad that I got. And that's a 32 gig of RAM ThinkPad. You can hear the fan gets hot. No, it's no. LS versus get child item. Why would someone choose PowerShell syntax? Exactly. Exactly. PowerShell syntax is, man, horrible. But if that's the only thing that I think you know nothing else. You're probably good with that. But PowerShell syntax, horrible. I was a big DPLYR user in R though, so I love piping data between functions. Okay. Anyone know how to run PWAs without the title bar on Mac? I run PWAs a lot. Like, this is a PWA, but I don't know how to get rid of the title bar at the top. Is this what you mean? This bar at the top? I have no idea if it's possible or not. This YouTube one is a PWA, so I have no idea. Oh, Sylvan is live right now. Motherfucker, why is he live at the same time that I'm live? Do you guys know this guy? Pretty cool guy. Yeah, he's doing his math slop right now. He used to be cool. He used to do Neovim and stuff, but now he's doing math slop on his live streams. Pretty cool kid, by the way. If you don't know him, go and check him out. Oh, we got a super chat. Let's see. DOS is a rename of QDOS, which was a clone of Gary Kildall's OS called CP-M. Billy Butts 75K. Okay. Okay. What do you think, SBGX, about Windows still using Xenix instead of migrating away from Xenix, which was pretty much Unix, right? And decided to go with DOS? What would the world be if they were still using Unix? Microsoft, imagine that. Apple, Microsoft, and Linux, all of them with that, sharing that Unix core base. It would be awesome. Maybe Linux wouldn't exist if that was the case, or I don't know. I don't know what would have happened. Only reason I'm on Windows is that I like food, exactly. That is the only reason I'm on Windows right now, because I have to eat, I have a family to feed, and that is the only option, man. When you go to a real job, you won't have two options if you work at a big company, because they need to manage those machines, right? They do it on Windows with their Active Directory stuff, or on macOS with the JAMF. How is it called? JAMF, where they apply security policies to all the computers they have, right? So you're probably gonna be given two options: Windows or macOS. That's it. You're not gonna use Linux. You will probably use Linux in a small company, in a small, yeah, that doesn't care, that doesn't have like a lot of employees, that they don't care what you do or not do, right? They will probably let you use Linux. But if you go to a big corporation, if you go to work for a real company, those are the two options that they're gonna let you choose. Well, not let you choose, offer, right? Right now, they don't let me choose. I have to use Windows. There's no choice around that, right? But if you're in your house, you can use Linux, right? No one cares what you do or not. And they don't need to manage your device. But at a corporation, they don't have much choice, I guess. My boss use Word and Edge. You just use Linux, but no. Did you cover Western versus Kitty yet? I missed the beginning. Yep, we did. We actually answered your question. Look at this, because we're going through this here in chat. Where's comments? Okay, we're going through comments right now. We already answered yours, so go and check out the video later on. AR. This is the one. I'm going to be reading comments every Sunday, the comments of the week, and I'm gonna answer them. Okay. Now, did you disable zip for Yabai to work correctly? I already answered this. You don't need to disable zip, because in my previous job, I had a Mac OS computer. I had zip enabled and it worked fine. But the main difference is that I don't switch workspaces. People usually make the mistake of switching workspaces like this, right? Another workspace. Do you see the crappy animation in between? Let me switch back to the other workspace. Look at the animation. You see that? It takes like half a second, right? That's shit. Don't do that, right? So if I'm here, I switch to the terminal, instant, right away. Let me show you how I'll go back, instant, right? So it's just like that. Let's say that I'm here and the browser, I can go back between the two. There's no animation. So you don't need to disable zip. It'll work, you know, it'll work as well with zip enabled. Now, this is a pretty interesting comment. You just need Nick Starwing and you're set. And I've been thinking about that, but I'm scared. To be honest, I'm scared of Nix. Why? Because I don't understand shit about it. I did watch a few videos. by DevOps Toolbox. And I was even more confused than when the video started. So I was like, God damn, this is too advanced for me. And I was like, I cannot grasp it. I cannot understand what it does, what the benefits are, and why I should use it. So why would I use it then? Right? So I don't understand it. If someone in chat knows how to use Next Darwin and they use Next Darwin, I don't want someone that just knows, but I want someone that uses Next Darwin and wants to share their screen next week, next Sunday. Just reach out to me via email or something, and we're gonna have a call. And you can show us around Next Darwin, how to set it up, why to set it up, and what the benefits are, what the drawbacks are, and answer questions. Pretty much help the rest of the community because I would like to try it, but I don't understand it. I think it's too advanced for me. Declarative system approach to macOS. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Because let me show you the way that I have been deploying my Mac. Okay, so if we switch to my .files, I have a script. What is the name of the script? First time setup. Okay, so this is just a bash script. I don't need to install anything on a new Mac. All of them have bash installed already, right? So as long as I have bash, I can run the script and it's going to install what I need. Okay, so I specify all my stuff in here. It asks me a couple questions. If I have one password, if I disable zip for Yabai, and my Git username, it's going to install Homebrew because you need Homebrew if you want to install your applications. Then what is it going to do? It's going to, yeah, this is still part of Homebrew. It's just pretty basic script, nothing fancy, right? It's going to install Git, which comes installed by default on macOS. So, but it's just an additional step. My repos, I download my .files, my nodes, everything, you know. Well, this is access to my private repos. Then I clone the repo somewhere here. Where is it? Yeah, clone and update repo. This is a function, and this function is called here, right? So I download all of these repos, my .files, my nodes. This is old. I don't need this anymore. This is my containers. What do I mean by containers? Are the ones that are running here. You already saw them, you know, but I always show these. These are the containers that I have running. So I just download that as well. Scripts, Skitty, I don't think I'm gonna need this repo anymore. Scripts public, I need this one. So this one clones all my repos. Then it installs all the different packages, right? Notice where these packages come from. Where is it? Brew bundle here. It switches to this directory. Okay, so if I do a GT here, does it take me there? No, okay. But if we switch to this essential, let's see, this brew file essential, notice this right here. It is going to install all these different packages, right? I need these packages and I just declare them in a brew file. I can have multiple brew files, like that is the base. This is the base packages that I need all the time. Doesn't matter what computer it is, right? All of these are installed. The essential packages as well, some nice to haves as well, in case that I want to install these. Of course, you need a browser, you need Breakcast and all that stuff. And what else, right? So this is the way that I do it. Configure Neovim as well. I don't think this is needed. Tmux is not needed anymore because I don't use Tmux at the moment. So I need to update the script pretty much, right? But it's just a series of steps. I think this is a better approach for what I do. Problem is, I don't know how to do it. And it's a lot of stuff. It seems complicated, seems complex. So I don't know. If someone knows Nix and wants to share next Sunday, reach out to me via email or via GitHub discussion or something. And you can demo Next Darwin for us and help us understand how it works. Okay, what else? Boomers are single threaded because they're slow, smooth, and smooth is fast. Facts. Yep. He's talking about Emacs. Yep. Vanilla Emacs unadorned. I guess this is a real chat. This must be a real chat. This uses Emacs. When you read those comments, you see, you can think about it. You can identify, and it's, yeah, this is a smart person, probably. Bro, you sound so scared when talking. Maybe I am scared. I have no idea what I just watched. This video. What are terminal sessions? The feature that replaced Tmux for me. Yeah. Muncie Sec joined as a subscriber because of keyboards. I have a lot of stuff that I touch on my videos. Keyboards, macOS, Linux servers, Docker, Neovim, even Obsidian. So the audience is pretty wide, pretty varied. So some people will not understand everything that I talk about, but you know, uh, it opens a door. It opens rabbit holes. macOS best Linux distro. My man. What does chat think about this? Is this true? Agree. 100% agree. What do you guys think? Oh, we have Nin Jackson. Nin Jackson, did I send you a message on Discord? I I I think I couldn't because we're not friends, but I need mods. If you want to become a mod, let me know. I'm not looking to ban people. I don't want to censor anyone. I don't care what people post here as comments. I'm not gonna censor any comments. The only thing that I need help with is if a bot joins and start pasting links, stuff like that. Just want to remove them, but I don't care what anyone else posts here. You're down, okay? You don't need to join the live streams. Just if you see me and if you're there and if you see a spam message, just uh remove it, please. That's it. But comments from any other person, just don't ban anything. Okay, I don't want to do that at all. Standard. Yep. There's a few people that I recognize from Discord here. Okay. There's no other way to switch between full screens without disabling zip. Um, man, I don't switch to screens. That's the thing. When I didn't know how to use my computer well, I did that. I switched to desktops. But ever since I became a GigaChat and I left my mom's titty, I don't do that anymore. Okay, so now I just switch to the app, and there's no reason for me to switch to a desktop or a workspace. No, I just switch directly to the app. And the benefit is that you don't have to disable zip that way. Okay, you just switch to the app, it's immediate, and you don't have to worry about that at all. Okay, so I don't know, man. Just give it a try. Give it a try. It's a different approach. I know. On Linux, everyone is gonna tell you that you have to switch to a workspace, but it doesn't make sense. You have to challenge, so that way of thinking. Why don't I switch to the app directly? That's what I want, but it's a little bit more complex because you have a lot of key maps. I have a key map for each one of the apps that I use the most, but I don't have to be thinking, okay, so where is this chat going to live? Where is my terminal going to live? I'm going to move my terminal to a different desk. I don't care. You know, I switch directly to the chat. I switch directly to the terminal. I switch directly to the browser right away. I don't have to think about it. I just switch. And that's that's actually pretty good. Let's see. I'm down. Test. Link, is there a place I could send a link as YouTube dislike them? It's Emacs propaganda. How do I know that you don't want to send me like a phishing link and you're just gonna get access to my YouTube account and impersonate me, like in your furry suit? If you guys see me wearing a furry suit, it's not me. It's probably this guy, Archduke of Trondelag. But if you want to send links, I think GitHub discussion could be an option. What do we do? Where can we send links? Yeah, because YouTube doesn't like them. Well, even if I enable the community, the YouTube community, I think YouTube will not allow them. Oh, in Twitch? Okay. Try to send it in Twitch then. But I don't think there should be a proper form. Yeah, I think YouTube should have an unfiltered way of people chatting with each other, like a way of people communicating, like a chat, like a real chat, like a real community like Discord in YouTube, in which you can share images and in which you can share links, but they don't, unfortunately. You dislike Twitch too much, ads and scams. Yeah, I don't like Twitch too much, but there's a few people. There's one user on Twitch right now. Nagweed is watching us on Twitter. On Twitch, I'm sorry. But yeah, if you want to send links, why don't we do this? Let's do this. We can, in the dot files, I'm gonna create a new discussion here. Uh, where do I create it? Where do I create the discussion? That general. How can I create a discussion? How the hell can I create a discussion? Like, I'm the gigalord of this thing here. Oh, it's because I'm okay. Hold on. It's because I'm not signed in. Okay, hold on. Oh, I have this here. Let's see. There we go. We're gonna create here general. Send your links here. Start a discussion. This is the only option that we have, I think, man. But how can I trust your link? That is the question. How can I freaking trust your link? That's the problem. You don't use Tmux as well. Now, if you don't have access to... Now, I know what this guy is gonna say, but I don't use GitHub. I use Codeberg. That's gonna be the comment. Oh, I just do self-hosted, free and open source tools, and I don't use GitHub. Come on, man. I cannot move to Codeberg. Why? Okay. First of all, because of my stars, you know? I cannot, bro. Are they gonna migrate my stars to the Codeberg? Does Codeberg have stars? How is my ego gonna feel when I go to Codeberg and the repo looks like you guys as repos with 1, 2, 3, 4 stars? How do you guys think I'm gonna feel? Right? Like this is GigaChat status right here. So I cannot leave GitHub just like that. Self-hosted instance. Yeah, man. If it's a YouTube video, just paste the video ID. Oh, that's a good point. If it's a YouTube video, you can paste the video ID and I think I can open it. Twitch is the superior live streaming platform. I don't know, man. I don't know about Twitch. I got to know Twitch because of the Prime agent, but I never used it. I see that he streams on Twitch, but I find the platform, man, I'm talking shit about Twitch and I'm sending this live stream to Twitch. So what the actual F? That's what they're gonna say. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't like watching live streams too much. Maybe I guess that's why. But I like watching YouTube. I'd rather watch a 10-15 minute YouTube video than a live stream. So that's the format that I prefer. Let's see, what does the shorts? These are the shorts. You guys have heard that no one knows short deep man. Have you heard that song? These are the guys here. No shell on Windows. Yep. Best way to learn Vim. Okay. Vim or Neovim? Both. Because Vim and Neovim are actually the same. Okay. So shameless plug right here. Let me show you something real quick. This is something that I wish someone taught me when I was starting with Vim or Neovim. Okay. So let's see. Linkin Park. This one, watch this video. It's almost 2 hours long, but I covered the basics. It says Neovim here in the title, but it translates to Vim as well because I don't cover plugins, I don't cover Lua, I don't cover crazy shit here. I just talk about Vim motions and stuff that you need to get started with Vim or Neovim. Okay. And don't worry about plugins too much, because that's what we do at first. Worry about plugins and config and just learn the basics, because it doesn't matter if you install 20 different plugins. If you cannot, or if you cannot stand navigating this way in your terminal, you will not stick around. Okay, so first, make sure that you feel comfortable with the environment. Make sure that you feel comfortable with emotions. Okay, once you feel that you're familiar with that, once you get used to that, you will fall in love with Neovim. You're gonna go into the config rabbit hole, but that's another topic for another day. But start with the basics. Start with the emotions. Something that I did is that I used JK as escape, or KJ. I changed that. You know, I changed it back to escape. Why? Because I realized that when you go to servers, KJ or JK is like too deep in your DNA that it's really difficult to use a server with escape. And I didn't want to be remapping KJ every time that I went to a server that I don't owe. You can easily do it, but Obsidian as well, KJ, I think it didn't work correctly. So it became a problem rather than no, than useful. So I'm just trying to go. I'm trying to go back to basics at the moment. Escape, go to normal mode. Yep. So just learn the basics. I would recommend to watch that video. I talk about Vim Tutor there because Nin Jackson mentioned Vim Tutor. I talk about Vim Tutor. I have a video as well in which I go over Vim Tutor, right? Because if you just open Vim Tutor by yourself, it's like, what is this crap? It's a little bit difficult to understand. But I talk about Vim Tutor, I think, in another video. Yeah. Vim Tutor. This is part 1. I think I have a part 2 as well, don't I? Yeah, Vim Tutor part 2. So instead of watching these Vim Tutor videos, I would highly recommend you to check the one that I mentioned before. This, it's a pretty decent video. And it's not because I made it, but it's a good video. Teaches you the basics. Deleted my old editor and installed Vim overnight. No need for two editors. What do you think of said? Who? Arch, Duke, or me? That is VS Code, but not Electron and no Microsoft. Is it good? No. Emacs is better. Yep. FTP. What do you mean FTP? The file transfer protocol? Who? If you're going back to basics, I don't buy it. You'd first have to stop using Kanata, and that won't happen for a while. You're right. Yeah. No, but at least on the Neovim side of things, okay? KJ was replaced with Escape. That's, basics. At least that. But it's too comfortable to have all your plugins, and I cannot go back to, remove the plugins. I think this guy, Archduke of Chondelag, what was your name on Discord? Was it Iron the Lag or something, right? Is that you? Are you the guy that Chondelag? Are you the guy that lives in a country that has 3 hours of sun for like 6 months? Because that guy is like a bot, I think. Let's see. Uh, Soren OS is a scam. Did you guys watch this video that I did with YouTubes? He calls Zorin OS a scam. I don't know anything about Linux. I don't know anything about Linux distros. So allegedly, you know, he says that Zorin OS is a scam. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Is it a scam or not? Based on that interview, what I understood is that it's just basically a Linux distro and they charge for it if you wanted to include additional free and open source packages. It's not that it has dedicated apps built by the Soren team. It's just free and open source applications that they install and they charge for it. That's what I understand. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know quite well. So let me know uh what's going on with Soren OS. Is it a scam? No. I'd like to hear what you guys think because I have no idea. The thumb is bad for your keyboard. For mine, they stay almost aligned to my index finger and only move towards my palm, not outside. I'm 45 years old and typing since the 90s with no problem at all. Okay, so he's talking about this. When you're writing, he keeps his thumb like this and it moves inside, right? How do I move my thumb? Oh, I keep it like this and I move it inside. Yeah, I keep it more open a little bit like this and I move it to the index finger. So it rests here and I move it here. It looks like if I'm trying to grab some boobs or something, but no. I'm just trying to demonstrate how I use the keyboard, right? I think this is what this guy is talking about. 45 years old. I'm 38 right now. Why use all of this when you could just use Emacs? Yep. Another Emacs user there. There's like 5 Emacs users, but it's good that they show up in chat, that they show up in the comments sometimes. Appreciate the comments. They're like the Helix users, but I get, they're like dinosaurs right now. They're getting old, they're dying, so there's not many Emacs users left. But the ones that are left, some of them go in the comments, post, and good stuff. YouTube's non-native English speaker. You can truly hear him translating rich, nuanced Italian thoughts into more everyday, colloquial, compressed English. Some things that are easy to express in or he's pretty much salad tossing YouTubes here. YouTubes, saluti dalla Polonia. I guess that's how that's pronounced. It's a love letter to YouTubes pretty much by Babek. Can you upload the same video without the music? Here comes a little beep. So what happened with this video? Okay, it was a live stream that we did 3 weeks ago. Was it 3 weeks ago? But I uploaded this video, which was like a clip of the video, like 15 minutes that I edited. I released as a video, but it has music in the background. So there were a lot of little bitches that were complaining that they didn't like the music. So I'm not gonna upload it again. But what I did is that I made the stream public. So if you cannot concentrate with a little bit of music in the background, um, go and watch the live stream. Okay, I made the live stream public today. So if you don't like this video because it has music, it's this one right here. Go and watch the live stream. That one doesn't have music at all. This one is in Spanish. Okay, you guys don't know, Spanish is my main language. You know, that's what I speak. But because I live in Guatemala, so he's just talking about here. Every time that he sees my name, he gets happy because Guatemalans, we don't have good roads, but we have good macOS Rising. It's basically calling me a macOS Giga Chad, you know? So by the time you figured out your Neovim config, you've also learned to program. That's true, in a way. I've been trying to learn Lua, but I'm lazy, you know? I don't have the time and energy to learn Lua. And it's different, you know? Lua is not like C or other languages that I learned at university. It's kind of different, you know? But yeah. Oh, this is System D conversation that I had with Tony. System D is free and unifies a lot of things that used to require a bunch of separate tools, OpenRC or old style, and it's are good on lighter OSs like Alpine, but System D is just so much more complete. What do you guys think about System D? Okay. In the real world, okay, if you're a furry, you know, that you stay at home and you have your waifu, your body-sized waifu pillow, you know, anime waifu pillow, and you have one of them. Um, I'm not gonna say anything else, but you try different init systems, right? System D, and you're against System D because you watched it in a video or you read somewhere that System D is bloat, and you're just against it for no reason at all. You try another init system, and you decide to go with it. But when you go to a real company, you're gonna notice that all the servers that they have, you know, they're gonna use System D, most of them, right? And you will not have a chance to, you know what? I love free and open source, and I'm against System D. So why don't we install a different? Fuck you, they're gonna say. They don't care. They use System D. All of the documentation that they have is System D related. They're gonna tell you how to restart, start, stop services. All documentation System D related. So I think it depends. You have a real job, you're probably gonna use System D. If it's a big corporation, you're gonna use System D. If not, if you're at home with your furry suit or fursuit, you know, you can use a different init system. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about System D? Is it the right choice? Is it not? Will you be checking out the links in the thread during this live stream or afterwards? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, this is the guy, okay. Archduke of Trondelag, okay. Where do you live, man? Yeah, on Norwegian. Yeah, he's Norwegian. Yeah, in Norway. Okay. So I didn't know, but they have certain period of the year in which they only have light 3 hours a day for like 6 months or something. Is that how it is, Trondelag? Man, I live like in a tropical country. There's always sun here, so I couldn't. No, I love sun. I'm sweating right now because it's too hot. I have to turn the AC on, but you guys don't let me go and turn it on. He's done reading. I don't dweller. Yep. Oh, the links in the thread? Okay, let's see. There is it here. Emacs, Emacs. Emacs propaganda startup material. What is this, man? I cannot trust this guy because he's kind of a little bit crazy. He's a troll. I think he's like a bot. So that's the thing. I don't want to know that I can open this link. How do I know that I can open this link, man? Is it? Can someone open it, please? Let's do it. It's just his blog post. Okay, okay. So this is like a tutorial, right? To run Emacs. And just look at this. Do you think this looks beautiful? Compare this, right? Let's compare. And let's be honest. Okay. What do you think looks better? This or this? Let's switch back. This or this? This is Emacs. Honestly, doesn't look good, man. Okay, but it's good. There's a lot of documentation here. Okay, good. Okay, it's looking better there. Okay, and but it's quite extensive. That's the thing that I have spent so much time on Emacs that oh no, on Neovim, I'm sorry, that I just don't want to go through Emacs because it's like learning a completely different operating system. And instead of learning Lua, I have to do all these parentheses, and it's like I don't know, man. It's a tough choice, but thanks for sharing that. We're gonna keep it here on the links. People will be able to find links there. If there's any other link that you guys want to share, oh, Roy shared it here. Raycast notes, my full Neovim config. Here's the short. Oh, so you created this video? Oh, interesting. Okay. Now, this is good. Doing this discussions is good in case that you guys want to promote yourselves. If you want to share a short or something, let's take a look at it so we can see what this guy is talking about. Is this your channel? Vim? Okay, let's watch it. Interesting. Okay. So it's similar to what I did with Skitty Notes, but I don't use Skitty Notes anymore. So it's similar to this. I was talking about Skitty Notes a moment ago. So it's similar to this I did here. My Neovim config in a small terminal instance, but you make it like a toggle, right? So like the quick terminal, Kitty has this quick terminal. If I bring this up, and it can go away as well, right? So this is a built-in feature that Kitty has. I could use this quick terminal to bring up a Kitty instance, but I tried it and I don't like that anymore. What I do now is switch to my daily note with a key map, right? So if I'm on any other repo, if I type a character, it takes me to the daily note. And then I just go back to where I was, so I can be like in a different app. Notice that I'm gonna go to the browser. I'm not on the daily note right now. I'm on a different app, on a different session, dotfiles session. So if I go here to my browser, for example, and if I just leave the R pressed, it's gonna take me directly to the daily notes, and I just can't go back out of it. So nice video. Soren is an Ubuntu fork that makes it behave like Windows. macOS version, Emacs is older than browser. 3 or 4 hours, 1 month. Less than 6 hours for 3 to 8 months. Man, that's tough. Zoom Emacs. Pin the links discussion in the chat. Yeah, that's a good idea. Where is it? Here. How can I pin it though? Let me see if I can figure it out. Yep, so there you guys can share links and stuff like that. Wait, compare with Neovim. Starting fresh though. Good evening. Is it Emacs time? Emacs time. No, Emacs time is when I retire, when I'm 60 years old and I have nothing else to do. That's gonna be Emacs time. So hope that you're still around by then. The diversity in your guest appearance is amazing. Yeah. You guys watch this video? It's a pretty good video. I like it. Andrea Borman, she's the queen. You know, she's the goat. And it was a tough interview, but it was pretty good. It was different. I like it. I just don't like too formal interviews, like the four experts talking shit there and being, no. I want something different, more varied. And she adds to the interviews. She makes them interesting. She's a pretty good lady. I like her. I use Wayland, still no problem. Oh, on this video. Wayland versus Xorg. Kitty Terminal versus Suckless. Happily used ST for years. It does have 6.0 patch, and I have a couple of patches myself. Then I switched to Wayland. Definitely Suckless software isn't for everyone, but I enjoyed it. Suckless, yeah, that's the thing. If I cannot use the Kitty graphics protocol, and if the terminal doesn't have sessions, I'm not even gonna try it, because it's like using a tool that doesn't do what you need it to do. Why would you use it, right? Like, no, no, not for me. This is what the other person was talking about. Tony was not invited. He didn't get an invite for the Omicron conference. Roman says here, I'm using Tmux. Who am I then? In this video, what are terminal sessions? The feature that replaced Tmux for me. Are there any Tmux users in chat right now? What do you guys think about leaving Tmux? What would you say if I tell you that you don't need Tmux? That you can do everything that you do in Tmux with Kitty sessions? Well, it depends. If you use Tmux on servers, yeah, you have to keep using Tmux, right? If you open Tmux on a server, you want the process to stay running in the background, and then you can attach to the process. If it's a long running process, Tmux makes sense. But nope. I migrated away from Tmux a couple months ago, and it's been good. That's a small I wrote today. A start for an Emacs tutorial I want to make. That you wrote today, or that the AI wrote today from the lag? Now, the thing with AI is that nobody ever uses AI. Oh, I'm against AI. I don't use AI. And we see more apps being delivered day and day and bigger blog posts and MFers that didn't even have a blog post. It's fine if you use AI. Just don't feel ashamed, man. Are you Spanish, by the way? No. I'm from Guatemala. It's a country right below Mexico. Oh yeah, Emacs for all. Doesn't one of the Nvim core guys use Fennel for his config? Exactly. Yep. Yep. You have a point there because we have, where is it? Gregory Anders he's a Neovim maintainer. He's also a Ghosty maintainer, and he uses Fennel instead of Lua for his Neovim config because he likes Lisp. It seems he hates Lua, and yep. But he didn't switch to Emacs though, right? So there you go. Neovim greater than Emacs. Is this greater on your side or is that lesser? No, that's greater on your side, right? I hope it is. PD over SSH isn't as nice as I would like, to be honest. Yeah, for SSH, I get it. I get it. But MFers don't even have a real job and are talking shit about SSH on servers. What do you do over SSH? Let's be honest, right? We just think about features that we will need. Man, I work with servers and I don't care, if my SSH connection is dropped. We overthink stuff. We overanalyze and we over prepare for a feature that's never gonna come, right? I thought about that too, but no, I just SSH to a server. If the connection is dropped for any reason, if my SSH session is dropped, I just restart it and there, nothing happened, right? But what's the percentage of cases that actually need tmux, to have like a reliable process running on the server? It is needed, yeah, but it's not everyone. It's a small amount of people, I think, that do actually need that feature. The rest of us, we think that we need it, but no. And I wrote it, yeah, but you're an LLM basically, so AI wrote it. Rmail and Emacs, yep. Panders is the goat. Okay, so here we have another comment. Let me switch myself to other way here. I only use Tmux for servers, but then again, I am prepared to use Vim 8, Vim 9 on a server. Pandas is the goat. Yep. So Tmux for servers makes sense. Depends on the type of server, right? Because I have my servers here at home. I have a lot of different servers, right? Let me show you which servers I have. I don't want to show, but let's say, yeah, because if I open, I'm always leaking my email and I hate it because every time that I leak my email, I get more spam and that shit. So I'm not gonna, oh, 1Password is gonna show my emails and that sucks. 1Password should have a streamer mode as well, in which it masks the information when you're streaming because macOS knows that I'm streaming right now. Do you see this little green dot here? macOS knows that I'm streaming, right? So when that signal is there, 1Password should do something so it's not leaking shit, and when you're trying to type an email in a box, it's just showing your passwords and shit like that. But um do I need SSH here in my local servers, right? So if I SSH, for example, to storage 3, right? Do I need Tmux here? Really? Do I really need Tmux? Look at the Debian version that I'm running. Andrea Borman would be ashamed. She would be like, God damn, that's an old version. And she said that. She said that in an interview. She was like, no, you should upgrade. You should upgrade. And I was like, you know, she's the queen. She can say whatever she wants. But Do I really need to start tmux on this server just in case something happens with my SSH? I don't care. If the SSH connection drops and my session is killed or something, I'm just gonna exit and I'm just going to SSH back into it, and there we go. So I guess it depends. If you're working on a remote server at a different location and you're doing something that needs to stay running in the background, you could use tmux so that that process runs inside tmux. So if your SSH connection is dropped, the process still runs in the background, even if you're not on the server anymore. That's useful, but uh, how often do you need it? That's the point. That's the question, right? You deploy a lot of PPSs for work. Very learning tmux, usually Control C. Yeah, scared of AI and can't choose between which tech domain I should choose. Can you tell me which field should I go? Any advice would help. And what do you study? Are you on computer science right now? Man, it's weird. Right now the market is weird. I'm not exactly sure, but you need to learn the basics. You need to know a little bit of networking. You need to know a little bit of security. But it all depends what do you want to do. Do you want to be a developer? Do you want to create applications? Do you want to maintain applications? Or do you want to deal with infrastructure, right? You have to ask yourself that, what do I want to do? Applications or infrastructure? Either or, you will have to know a little bit about cloud, because most of the stuff right now is deployed on cloud. There are some companies that don't use cloud, they have their own data centers, and but you will need Linux, of course, 100%. You will need Linux. Doesn't matter what company you go to. The company that I work for right now, they use Windows servers for pretty much everything, but the computer that I use to manage the network infrastructure is a Linux machine, right? So what do you want to do? Do you want to do infrastructure? Do you want to do code? Why using tmux where you can spawn another terminal window? That's the misconception we have about tmux. The scenario in which tmux is useful is if you connect over SSH to a server. You start a process. What happens if your SSH connection is dropped? That process is gonna be killed, right? So it's not gonna continue. That's when tmux is useful. You SSH into the device, you open tmux, you do whatever you have to do inside tmux, so that process runs in tmux. So even if your SSH session is killed, doesn't matter. The process is still running in tmux on the remote server, right? So if your session is killed, you just reconnect to the server via SSH, you attach to the tmux session, and it's going to continue doing what it was doing in the background. That's when tmux is actually useful. Half of your messages get blocked. Well, let's see. Nin Jackson says, go for a math degree. CS sucks right now, and it probably will for a long time. Unless you're in it for the love of the game, find something safer. Yeah. Computer science is weird right now, man, because they expect you to know a little bit of everything, right? If you're gonna be a DevOps engineer, you need to know about Linux 100%. You need to know about networking as well. I think networking is like the base because when you go to a company, you're going to talk to network engineers. They're going to tell you, hey, what's the subnet that the IP is in? Or you need to know a little bit of networking terminology, right? You need to know what else? A little bit about security as well. You need to know Docker. Yeah, Docker. Kubernetes mainly, depending on the size of the company. You need to know about Ansible. If you want to automate stuff, you need to learn about Terraform because people nowadays want to have their infrastructure deployed as code. They want to have their infrastructure on GitHub. So when they make a change on a GitHub repo, something happens on their infrastructure. They don't want to go into a server and modify a container. No, they want to do it through GitHub. So CI/CD pipelines, all that stuff. But it all depends, right? What do you want to do? Do you want to become someone that manages infra or someone that produces code? Yes, that's the question. But the market is tough out there right now with all the layoffs, man. I don't know. Half of your messages get blocked because the AI thinks you're or identify that you're an LLM and it just blocks your messages. Now, moderating is completely off on my server. I don't moderate anyone. So if you share a link, YouTube is just automatically going to block the message. That's not me. That's YouTube directly. Data analytics. Yep. If you accidentally kill a terminal or if you just want one terminal open, but why would you accidentally kill a terminal, man? Like, how often does that happen? And if it happens often, I think there's a bigger problem there, you know? Like, there's a you problem there. You're learning AI and data science, but the future for freshers looks so bad. Mm. Yeah, yep. I don't know what the answer is right now. As I started a long time ago, my experience was with networking, but I left that aside and I moved on to something else. But now I had to go back to networking and I'm doing networking in my current job. I don't know if it's a matter of time for the networking processes to be automated as well. Because AI is still too dumb to automate stuff, you know, because makes dumb changes, but it's getting better and better. I don't know if it's going to get better at some point in which it will be able to automate stuff like applying firewall rules, you know, opening up connections in a network. If it no, I don't know. But I don't have advice for that, man. I don't know how the market is. I know it's tough out there, but I cannot tell you where to go. Building a full stack app from the ground up with grinding part-time DevOps role interview. So I just have to get to SE1 by myself. Yep. Yeah, it's tough, man. It removed GNU Screen Tmux comments. I don't know. Maybe Nin Jackson, he's the mod. So maybe he's deleting your messages because I know you and him had beef. So he doesn't like you, man. And Jackson, he doesn't like you. So he's just deleting your comments. What can I say? If you click on top chat and switch to live chat, oh, here? What's the difference? I think it's the same, man. Isn't it the same? If I click here on live chat, isn't it the same? Top chat and live chat? The answer is to learn the new tools and techniques as they come out. I work as a data scientist. All of my coworkers do not keep up with what's going on. That's a good point. Like to give you an example, at my previous job, they do a lot of GitOps, DevOps, right? So all of the infrastructure is managed on GitHub. They use Argo CD, you know, and all of the applications are deployed on Kubernetes, right? So, but will you land a job like that one? Or is a senior engineer that was laid off um, 2 years ago? with 10 years of experience going to get that opportunity? Who's gonna get it? You, like, that are learning about GitOps, DevOps, um, Terraform, Kubernetes, or a senior engineer that hasn't that was laid off 2 years ago, that has 10 years of experience, that is willing to accept half of his pay because he was laid off and he has a family to feed, right? It's tough. I don't know the answer. That is a good point. That is a good point. Let's see. My backup plan is fishing and farming. Yep. Want to be a Linux wizard like you? Man, I'm not a Linux wizard. I barely know about Linux, to be honest. Linux people, Tony, check out his channel. Tony, by the way, he is a Linux wizard. I just know a little bit about Linux on servers. That's it. But I don't know about Linux on desktop environments. Not at all. Not even a single bit. Not even nothing. I don't know what XFCE is. I have heard about XFCE because of Andrea and the interviews that I have in the channel, but I don't know what XFCE is. I don't know what Xmonad is. I don't Just repeat the words because I have learned them, but I don't know what they're talking about. Love throw the lag. Favorite Norwegian island dweller. Sensors. Isra. Oh, YouTube cannot handle the sheer new love. Yep. This is a real answer. The answer is to know someone who can get you a job straight up. Exactly. That is the answer. Just to give you an idea of what happened to me, I was laid off at my previous company, right? And I couldn't find a job easily. My previous manager, we worked together at the previous company. He was also laid off like a year before me. He couldn't get a job, but then he got a job as a network engineer at the company that I'm working at right now. He's pretty good. He's pretty skilled network engineer. But then I couldn't get a job and I was like, man, because it's difficult. And he vouched for me literally, and that had something to do. So if you know someone in a company, at least they're gonna look at your resume or your CV, however you call it. So that gives you a shot at least. Then it's up to you. But if you know someone, that's usually the way to go now, because there's too many people out there without a job, looking for a job, and I don't know, man. Knowledge doesn't mean shit. Yep. A lumberjack. Yep. Typical Trondelag statement. Yep. Okay, let's see. Let's continue with the other messages that I had here. Where were they? We're talking too much stuff. I usually don't switch screens like this, and you will think that I'm a noob and I'm a fraud because I'm switching with this. But the only reason is because I have my window manager configured to open this shit on the other screen, so it doesn't detect and it. Never mind. Let's continue. Boomer. Yeah. Okay, the Neovim config rabbit hole. You cannot put boundaries, just change your mindset. It's not true that you cannot put boundaries. You cannot put boundaries. How many in chat put boundaries with their Neovim config? It's a rabbit hole. We all go through it, and it's pretty difficult. It's an addiction. It's a disease. There should be like a support group for the Neovim addiction, the Neovim config addiction, because it's a real thing. It's pretty difficult. You're doing something and you're like, man, I bet that I can make this process better. I bet I can make this better. And then you just ditch what you're doing and you decide to go and tweak your Neovim config like a GigaChat, and you just spend the whole day. And yeah, it's tough. Terminal sessions. Okay, on this video, what are terminal sessions? E18 people 9, I think. So basically, they finally implemented Emacs buffers. GigaChat comment. Yeah, pretty good comment. Kanata, do you use a leader key in Neovim? I've mapped space as my leader key. Since Kanata also defines a space layer, wouldn't that most likely cause a conflict? I don't understand this a little bit because I use Kanata on my laptop and I use Neovim, and my space key is my leader key and it works just fine. So Kanata defines a space layer. I don't understand it, but if I'm in Neovim here and it works fine, if I hit space, this shows up and that's my space, my leader key. So it works fine, at least for me. ST, Kitty Terminal versus Suckless. ST already has a patch for Kitty's graphics protocol. Is that true? Suckless Terminal supports Kitty's graphics protocol? I don't know, but if it does, good. I'm just waiting on sessions. Does it support sessions? Does it have its own way of declaring and using sessions like Kitty does? That would be interesting. I'm gonna turn on the AC, guys. Hold on. I'll be right back, okay? Just gonna put it here. I'll be right back. Right. Can you guys hear me? You're gonna hear that in the background. It's gonna be noisier, but it's too hot, man. What does chat say? I said no plugins, so I have a custom fuzzy finder and I'll still on NV chat because I'm too lazy to build it. So in Jackson, do you use a distro? That's a only only girls use distros. I'm sorry. If there's girls watching, I'm just kidding because I have a girl, you know. I have two girls actually, okay? And it's just a stupid way for me to joke like that, but you still use a distro? Are you using your own custom config? Why? Oh, the custom fuzzy finder. Did you guys see this? Did you guys see this? Let me open some sessions here in Kitty. I asked the clanker if there was a way to create a fuzzy finder that has both modes, normal and insert mode, and it came up with something pretty decent actually. Let me open a few repos here. Um, let's see. I'm gonna open this scripts is fine, and I'm going to open also no Glove 80. Yeah, Glove 80 is fine, and I'm gonna open as well. This is good. Okay. But look at this. Look at this FCF menu, right? Shows me the sessions, the Kitty sessions that I have open. But the cool thing is that I can navigate with J and K, right? If I type D here, it's going to close a session, enter to open it, of course. If I want to jump to insert mode, it doesn't make too much sense, but there's people that like navigating this stuff in insert or normal mode, right? So if I type I, jumps into insert mode and I can search for a session here, right? Like love. If I type escape here when I'm in insert mode, it's gonna jump back to normal mode so I can navigate here with J and K. Boom, right? And if I'm in normal mode, I can close a session, right? Let's say that I want to jump to the session, to the Obsidian session. I can hit enter. It's gonna take me there. Or if I want to close a session, for example, oh, just the current one, it doesn't show it correctly. It shows me the process, right? Because I'm running, but it's fine. I don't care. But let's say that I want to close one of these sessions. What if I want to close my blog post session? Okay, let's see if it's open anyway. If I switch here, you're going to notice that this is actually my blog post, right? But if I want to close this session, let's switch to another one. Let's switch to Obsidian or to my .files, right? If I bring up the picker, let's close the blog post. I'm just gonna type D here, closed it. How do I know if it's closed or not? Let's open the picker again, right? It's not showing there. So if I go to the blog post session, should take like a second because it needs to open the shell and then it needs to start up Neovim, right? So let's see if I switch there right now. Look, it opened it. So it did actually close it, right? So and that's cool, I think. FCF is an amazing tool, man. FCF is a wonderful tool. I use it a lot as well, right? To switch my audio stuff, FCF. You can pretty much do everything in FCF. If I need to run a script for something, there's some scripts that I run a lot at work. Like for example, this plan creator. This is something that I use, you know, at work and some other scripts. Man, FCF is just an amazing tool. And the Kitty Quick Terminal is amazing too. This thing right here, man, is good for stuff like this, you know, something that you need to execute once and then just get out of the way. I think that's pretty amazing. Hold on. Just hack stuff on top of it. Base plus some vanilla Emacs now. My Nvim has no plugins. Neovim config without tweaking anything. Mine use Neovim. Trondalag is just a troll, man. I don't think he even uses Neovim. He uses Vim, and the colors look like the McDonald's theme. Have you guys seen the McDonald's theme? This is Trondalag. Trondalag's theme. Nah, Google's not gonna find it. Who showed me that theme? I don't remember. Who was it? Oh, it was Nick, the guy that jumped from Helix to Zed, I think. This is something that Trondalag would make and call beautiful. Exactly this. So just don't trust when he says that his themes look good, because they look like not good. Yeah. So these guys are using distros. LazyVim better now, as it's more updated. LazyVim, man, LazyVim was created by Gigalord Folky, right? Or Folka, or however you pronounce it. So LazyVim is maintained. It's a good distro. That's what I use and I build on top of, LazyVim and NVChat. Which one is the one that is not maintained anymore? Is that LunarVim? I don't remember which one, but there's a distro that is not maintained anymore. I think it's LunarVim, or is it NVChat? One of those two. NVChat's a bit janky. NVChat hasn't been on in a long time. So yeah, that's the thing with LazyVim. When you jump into LazyVim, you're gonna find like a gajillion features and a gajillion key maps, and you're gonna be like, what the hell is all this? What do you guys think about a video for LazyVim users that know shit about Neovim and Vim? Yeah, right. Um, I think it would be useful if someone would have taught me in a video what I know. If someone would have taught me this like a year and a half ago, would have been amazing. But I had to figure out a lot of stuff on my own, and it was painful. It was difficult at start. But that's when the other option comes in, Minimax, the one by Chesnovsky. I haven't tried it, but people that develop Neovim plugins and Neovim distros and Neovim maintainers as well tend to forget how it feels when you're just starting with Neovim. And I'm starting to forget about that a little bit too. I assume that people know a lot of stuff and that they know what I know. And that's a bad place to start. So I'm gonna start assuming less. I'm gonna assume that nobody knows anything. So I'm just going to try to make tutorials that way, for beginners, but also for advanced users. If you're advanced, I don't think you're gonna be using a distro. There's a lot of advanced people that use distros actually, like Folky. He creates a lot of plugins. He uses LazyVim. Well, it's his config. He made a distro out of it, but stuff. Helix. Try. There's a guy out there that created another config. Now, try my config. I don't care if you leave a star on my repo or not, but try Neobin. And I'm telling you this because, well, it depends. What do you do, right? Do you do a lot of code? I do a lot of Markdown, right? So my config is optimized for Markdown. Now, LazyVim, the LSP that LazyVim uses for Markdown is Marksman, right? So if you come here to LazyVim and you turn this here, you go to extras. You're gonna find, where is Markdown? Is it in editor? Formatting? God damn it. Lang? Here. Okay. I think it's here. So This is the way that you're gonna learn how to use LazyVim in case that you know shit about it, right? There's a lot of extras, which is like bundles of packages that install different tools for different things that you want to do, right? So let's say that at work, you're going to be doing a lot of Angular. You go into this, you're gonna find all the packages that is going to be installed by this specific extra. Let's talk about Markdown, which is what I do the most, right? So if you come to Markdown, you're gonna see here that Mason, which is a package manager for Neovim, basically installs packages that live somewhere on GitHub usually, right? So this extra is going to install Markdown lint CLI2, which is a linter in Neovim, which is this application that shows you when you have something like here. Try to use title, case, and headings. This is a linter, right? So it shows you warning. If you repeat headings, it's gonna tell you, right? Like this. Let's see if it shows it right now. Oh, I think Harper must be doing something because Harper is taking over, I think, over Markdown Lint CLI2, but that's what it does, right? Markdown talk is for the table of contents. So this extra is going to install these two packages, right? This and this one. What is it? What else is it gonna do? It's gonna add this configuration to your LSP config file, right? And the LSP, what's the LSP? Is just what allows you, in this case, Marksman is the one that allows you to link files together like Obsidian. Think of it as Obsidian. Marksman is the one that allows you to link notes together, right? So like what is it called, settle casting type of method. But I switched from Marksman to Markdown Oxide. To me, it's a better LSP for Markdown than Marksman. I don't know if Volky is going to switch over to Markdown Oxide someday. I spent a lot of time in Marksman. It was good, pretty decent, but I think Markdown Oxide is better. I'm not sure, but it's also going to install other plugins like this Markdown Preview and Vim. If you want to see exactly the code that is going to add, you can come here to full spec, right? So this snippet of code is going to add the plugin and configure it. You don't need to add this. Okay, just read at the top, and it says here you don't need to copy the default settings to your config. They are only shown here for reference. You don't need to add this at all. This is already included. You don't need to do this, okay? The only ones that you need to add are the ones that say optional. Don't do anything here. This is automatically added for you if you enable this extra, okay? This is added. Render markdown.nvim is also added as well. Great plugin as well, by the way. This is where the stuff that you can enable optionally if you want. This is not enabled. You need to enable this if you need it. Okay, conform. This is a formatter. So if you want to add this, you can do it. Okay, if you want to add this part as well, you can do it. But notice that it's optional. This is not added. Okay, so if you want to add it, you can go ahead and do it as well. And linters as well, if you want to enable this linter, right? So that's the way that LazyVim works. When you enable an extra, all of these packages are added with the configs, except for the ones that say optional, right? So just keep that in mind. The website is pretty good actually, but you can also go to GitHub directly if you want to see what is actually installing. I'm not sure how updated this is compared to GitHub, but so far it's been pretty good, you know. See what else chat says. Helix is the file picker. Helix, nah. If I turn the AC hot or cold, what the hell, man? Cold, because it's hot here. A picker is not for making things. What are you guys talking about? You want a file manager? If you're inside a file, I need to create another one. What I do right now is I exit Helix and I type in the terminal. Okay, so yep, there's two things. There's file pickers and there's file explorers. Okay, so what I do if I need to create a file is I use, this is my picker, okay, snacks picker. This is what allows me to open files. So if I switch to my .files, let's switch back there. And if I type spacebar 2 times, brings up the file picker. I usually like typing whatever file that I want to open. Okay, so let's say that I want to open my Canada file, right? That I want to open this file. This is a picker. Notice that it shows me a preview on the right. So if I open this, that's the, hold on. The fuck was that? So that is a picker. It's the one that allows you to open files, you know. Now, File Explorer is something different. Let's say that I need to create a file in here, right? And let's say that I want to create a directory. I just add this // that's a directory, okay? And let's say that I want to create these files, right? I'm gonna create this file. I'm just gonna hit escape here. So this is gonna create the directory and the file. Just gonna type here S, and that is going to sync. Just gonna type Y here for yes. So notice that the file is already created. I did it within Neovim, but that's when the file explorer comes in. You have a few options. I use mini.files because it gives me a preview, and I like that a lot. You know, I like the preview on the right hand side, but that is not the same as the picker. Now, what if I want to create other files here, right? Let's say that I want to do this. This is the power of mini.files, okay? Look at this. I'm just gonna copy, and this is just a new Vim buffer, so you just use Vim motions, right? So hold on. Okay. I know what's happening here. It's because of the name, okay? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this beauty. Okay, since it's Neovim, I'm going to put my cursor here and I'm just going to select this G, Control A. Look at that shit, man. Like, isn't that beautiful? Created all these files and my file picker did that. You know, I can sync this. Notice that it's going to create all these files. If I sync the changes, I'm just going to type Y here and it synced all of them. That is a pretty useful thing. G Control A. And I do it a lot. I use it a lot because I have to create a lot of access list entries in Cisco devices nowadays. Anyone here familiar with ACLs on Cisco devices? The ASA firewall? No? So you have to create a lot of entries and you have to increase the number for those entries. How do you usually do it? If I switch here to my daily note, you'll be able to see that. So just to give you an example, right? If I type this snippet, right? Test ACL one. Well, it's usually something like this: access list name. I don't remember the syntax. Doesn't matter, right? 11 test, right? So you have a lot of entries like this, but then let's say that this is the entry 11, but you need to increase this. I think I can select it like this. So you just type G, Control A, and look at that shit. Isn't that beautiful? So it increased 11, 12, 13, 14, right? You don't have to do that manually. Now, that's when the file picker that we were talking about comes in, and it's different than the no, the file explorer, right? The file explorer is different than the file picker. This is just the pick files, not only files, you know, because it's not called the file picker. It's just called the picker. You can pick whatever you want, right? So if I switch to my notes, no, I don't want to switch there because I have a lot of personal information here. But if I switch here, I can pick other stuff, right? Space DT. I can see if I have a to-do here added in some of the files and I can pick that, or I can pick grep to search for something. If I do space SG, that is going to bring up a grep picker, which is different. So I can search for whatever I want in any of the files. Let's say that I want to search for, let's see if we have something in any of the files. I do have this in one of the files, Ligma, the text Ligma, right? So it's a word picker, it's a file picker, it's a picker of whatever you want, right? So that's a picker, but it's different than a file explorer. This is a file explorer, and this is just the one that I use, but it's not the one that you should use. Just go and explore, see which one you like, but mini files for me is awesome. I do like it a lot. And the nice thing is this is just a Neovim buffer. You can do whatever you do in Neovim here, right? I can select these files and I can delete them with D. And I can sync the changes. Just gonna type here Y. It's gonna send them to the trash directly from here, right? I can delete this folder. Look at this. Let me show you something real awesome. Look at this. God damn. You usually need to send files from Neovim to a different application if you have a real job, right? If you're like a furry at home that likes to distro hop a lot, probably you're not gonna need this. But if you work at a company, you usually need to send files somewhere or upload files somewhere. Look at this beauty. Let me show you my clipboard right now, okay? I don't have anything in my clipboard. This is just text. You see this text, 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 text. It's just text, all of it, right? But look at this beauty. Space YY. Copied to system clipboard. Itmaballs 5. Okay, so if I bring up my clipboard again, look at that shit. The file is there on the clipboard. The system clipboard, right? What if, what if, what if, what if, what if, right? And let's add something to this file. Okay, let's open the file, add something to the file. Okay, so we added that to the file. What if we want to copy this file to the clipboard? Let's do it. Space YY. Okay, so it's in the clipboard. Let's go to GitHub now. And where's my discussion? Here it is. Okay, let's just refresh the page here. And let's see if we can paste the file. Ah, shit, hold on. Here, let's see if we can paste it. I'm just gonna do Command V here to paste. Oh, it does not allow me. Okay, yeah, because just Markdown is supported. Okay, but let's try to paste it somewhere else. Where can I paste it? I don't want to open Finder because I don't know what I have there. Let's open this. Okay, this is good. Let's open this. And I'm just going to do a Command V here. Look at that. You see what happened? From Neovim, I copied the file to my clipboard. And from my clipboard, I could send it to Slack if I wanted, right? So, man, that's amazing. What if I want to copy this file, okay? Space YY, copy to the system clipboard. I'm in my .files. What if I want to share this file with another project, right? What does the boomer do? The boomer comes here and the boomer decides to go, hold on, here, let me open a new tab. So the boomer comes to where did we copy it from? From .files. The boomer comes to the other repo that they want to copy it to. What repo can I use? Or you know what? Yep, the boomer would do it in the terminal. But look at this. Where can we do it? I just don't want to show my notes. My blog post. But my blog post is NFS mounted. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's do it here in this directory, this test markdown directory. Look at this. The file is in my clipboard right now, and I'm just gonna do space P. And look at this beauty. The file is here. I didn't have to go to the terminal, type commands, copy, paste. I didn't need to go to Finder. I didn't need to do shit. The file is here. And this is a completely different repo, a different directory. Look at this, GitHub, Obsidian main. This is the directory. This is where we copied it from, hold on, no, from here. This is .files latest, okay? What if I want to copy a file from this directory? No, from this directory. I want to copy my test markdown file, which is this one. I'm going to copy it to my clipboard. Hold on. Where is it? Test markdown. It's in my clipboard right now. I'm going to switch to this repo. I'm going to paste the file here, and it's right there. So I'm switchily transferring files from repo to repo, from Neovim to Neovim, using my system clipboard. I do it in macOS. Everything is in my .files. If you use Linux, just paste whatever I did to the clanker, and it will be able to translate it to Linux for you, I think. So yeah, the file explorer is amazing on Neovim, you know. Let me delete this entire thing because I don't need it there. Deleted it. The other repo, I don't need this here as well. There we go. We're back at square one. Yeah, we already covered this right now. You don't trust other plugins enough to use plugins. Yeah, that's the thing, that plugins is a sensitive subject, man, because you don't know, or even applications, right? If you find a window manager out there that someone is telling you, hey, install this window manager, you go to the GitHub repo, it has 2 stars. Why the fuck would you install that, you know? No. I just need for someone more experienced than me to validate it, inspect it, tell me it's safe, and I'll go and use it because I'm not experienced enough to know, and I'm not wise enough, you know, to inspect the code of something and know if it's malicious or not. So I'm careful as well with the packages and applications that I install. Probably someone has full control of my computer already and I don't even know it, but they're just, you know, low keying right now. Is that the right word? Being low key? Yeah, I don't know. We have Ian there. Hold on, I have a lot of comments, man. How do I configure my file picker down in the bottom? Oh, the picker? Let me show you. You will be able to find this in my .files as well. Okay, so if you go to my .files, if you guys forget where my .files are, just go to my main YouTube page and they're linked there. Okay, but if you go to my .files, you will be able to find a file called picker snacks.lua is right here. Okay, so here is where you define your key maps. Okay, I disabled letter E. Why? Because by default, Polkey opens his file explorer with letter E, and I didn't want that. I wanted it to open mini.files, so I disabled letter E. Letter SG, this is the grep one that I was talking about, and I added it here. You don't need to, okay? The only reason why I added it is because I wanted it to exclude some words, right? This is from the grep picker, so you can exclude all of the files that are in the dictionary. I didn't want it to search for in this dictionary, so I excluded it here. If you want to go to the git log, and I added it here because I modified the view. Okay, so here you can specify the preview, git show, the layout. Notice that I specified here a different layout, but you don't need to. This is a default picker. in LazyVim. So if I type letter GL, it's gonna show me the log. I just wanted it to show me this view. That's the only reason why I added it, because by default, I think the view was different, right? This is a custom one that I created. This just shows me the tasks that I have pending, right? So can I show that in my daily notes? I have sensitive information here, so I just don't actually want to show it. But trust me, bro. This is just gonna um, show you tasks that you have pending, right? It's just searches with regex. How do you say it? What other ones do I have? My file. This shows me the completed tasks. Okay, completed tasks, and leader TI. Oh, this shows me video ideas. Let's say that I have a video idea. I add this tag to the heading, and this one is just gonna show me all the video ideas that I have. What else? Git branches. Okay, this is for the key maps. This is just this one right here. In case I forget key maps, this is just another one, but I cannot press it right now because command, no, option is the same as K on my keyboard, so I cannot press it here because here is K, but I'm using home row mods, so I cannot press, it's the same key. You get it? You don't get it? Doesn't matter. This is my file picker. Maybe this is the one that you were asking about. Liter space, that's my file picker. Liter space, that's the one that you see here. And I just have it configured. What did I change here? Oh no, I think I didn't change anything. Is this the, yeah, I changed it to a different layout, but I commented this. So I think I'm using the defaults. Not exactly sure, but you can compare it to what Folky has on Neovim. What is this one for? Buffers, okay. I know what this is for. So this is capital H, Shift H. So in case that I want to see which buffers I have open, I have this little number here that shows me how many buffers I have open. So I know that I have 5 buffers open. If you don't know what buffers are, just think of them like, I don't know what buffers are, to be honest, but halves. Let's say that I have 5 files open right now. How do I know which ones are there? Or are they with capital H? Shift H shows me these buffers that I have open. I already deleted this one, but it's still there. Just gonna close it. I can close them from here. I'm gonna close this one as well. These are the buffers that I have open, right? Notice that this number is updated. So I have 3 files open at the moment. I use this one as well. Yep, that's quite useful. What else? That's it. Those are all the key maps that I have. And here, oh, I have some other stuff configured here. This is pretty interesting as well. Pretty useful because you can demote a file, right? So let's say that I bring up a picker, right? And I type Canada, and this file always shows at the top, or another file that I don't want to show at the top. I can bring down the priority of that file, or I can demote it so that it doesn't show at the top. This usually happens for me, for example, if I have my key maps file, right? Let me search for that. I'm just gonna search here for key maps. Notice that the Neovim shows at the top, right? Because previously the LazyVim one was showing at the top and I didn't want that. So I demoted this file. I brought the score down so that the one that I want shows at the top, right? That's something you can do. I also demoted this other file. It has as well, what is it called? Debug. Okay, this shows you the scores, okay? It has as well, where is it? Recency. Recency. That's pretty useful. And that's something that I like because I used Telescope in the past, and Telescope has a recency plugin, but the Snacks Picker has frequency enabled. So what is that? The files that you open the most are gonna show at the top. That's pretty much what frequency is. And every time that you open a file, it's going to increase the score and it's gonna keep it in a database. I don't know where it keeps it, but it's like Suckside, pretty much. Something similar to Suckside, right? So with this frequency, I'm demoting the files that I don't want to show at the top here. Okay, so that's what that is for, but it's related to this frequency feature that it has. It's it's an amazing picker. It was created by Gigalord Folky, right? So what else can you ask? How do you make a modal? I think I'm behind in the comments, right? I think this I think my boy is not even in the live stream anymore, and I'm replying to this comments like an hour later. How do you make this modal in Kitty like that? Well, I think I haven't pushed those changes, but where did I store it? Hold on. I think I stored it here. Here. Scripts. Is this what you're talking about? Hold on. Where is it? Is this modal you're talking about in FCF? Or insert a normal mode? I'm a little behind in comments right now, but it's right here, okay? I didn't come up with this idea, was the clanker. So AI haters there are probably gonna hate it because, oh, I don't use AI at all. And all the code is crafted by me. But it did something pretty smart, actually. What it did is that it created two FCF menus, and one of them is being wrapped inside the other one. Okay, so if I bring it up right now, you're gonna see that this is an FCF menu. So when I enter insert mode, what it actually does is that it opens another FCF menu inside. And when I type escape to go to normal mode, goes back to the other FCF menu. There's a blink in between, and you can see the blink, but there's an option in FCF that allows you to work with that. Where is it? Hold on, I'm gonna show you right now. This no clear avoids a visible screen flash. So this option is actually pretty useful. And where did I, this no clear, right? So you cannot see the transition, right? If I bring it up again, if I go to insert mode, you cannot see it. Our eyes are not fast enough. If I go to normal mode, you cannot see it, right? I also changed the cursor. Notice that when I'm in normal mode, the cursor is a block. When I'm in insert mode, the cursor is just a line. So I should probably get rid of this because I don't need it. Just with the cursor alone, I can tell what mode I'm in. So I'm probably gonna get rid of that as well. I haven't pushed this. Actually, let me push it. Hold on so you can see it. But it's this file here. Uh, yep. I usually use LazyGit. I'm so used to LazyGit, man, but I have to get rid of it. And I have to start using NeoGit more. But yeah, I don't know. I'm used to LazyGit. So it's S to stage the file, then C to commit, then C to commit again. Here you can see a preview of the file, right? Of what's being added, right? Is that what this is? Is that the entire file? Is it missing something? Oh, I think I pushed part of it already, right? Okay. So let me see. How can I exit this window? Q? Okay. Oh, yeah. I already committed part of it. So if you see here at the bottom, kitty list sessions initial commits. Okay, so that's why. Okay. But where's my change then? Like what happened? Kitty list sessions. Okay. Staged. Oh no, this is not the one that I wanted to stage. Okay, so I'm going to unstage it with you. Oh, this is something cool that I'm working on as well. but it's not ready yet to be pushed to the dot files. So this is the file. Okay, so it's, let's see. Yeah, kitty list tabs. Is that the one? Oh, but it has the wrong name. I changed the name. Hold on. You know what? There. Just leave the file name there so the clanker has a better idea. Okay, so let's do it. This S to stage, C to commit, C to commit. Add it. Okay, the name of the file, PD, PD, this sessions, add it. Testing. Testing bin modes, that's good. Control C to submit. And uppercase P to push, P to push. There we go. You should be able to find it on my dot files now. I'm not used to LazyGit, to NeoGit yet. My muscle memory is so used to LazyGit, but I think I'll get used to it. Try Hyperland. I don't know, man. I'm happy with Yabai, you know? I'm a normie. I'm a simple man. I don't need my beautiful animations. As long as it works, I honestly don't care, right? So macOS with Yabai is decent enough for me. So I think I'm sticking to that. Unless there's like a reason, like a real reason, I would switch, but I don't think that's gonna happen, you know, anytime soon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. FCF has JK motions? No, I configured it. You'll be able to go through it on the script that I just pushed, okay? And I have a lot of comments that I'm behind. Oh, we have Ian Simmons. He's emptiful. He's the one that talks like Batman. Are you a furry? Who? Me? Uh, I don't use Arch, so no. Default to sync. What is Ian talking about? It's, oh, you're talking about mini files. Yep, I think. I think he's talking about mini files. Custom pickers too, exactly. Mini emblem stuff after interviewing Chesnowski. I told him that when Neovim 0.12 comes out, probably I will try Minimax so that I can finally work on my own config. But I don't know. Maybe I just lied to him out of peer pressure. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think still uses the path. So would that be a SCP path or something? Ian, Ian, my boy. When you send a message, I'm gonna say to you the same thing that I tell my daughter. You have to provide context because you know what you're talking about, right? But if I come to this, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. So so we are not having a Discord server. This is the new Discord server, Ian. Sundays. YouTube comments are not the same. To make many live streams. Okay, so these two girls are yapping there. They're complaining about the Discord server going away. Why don't you guys send your IDs to me instead so I can open some bank accounts here? No, so I can get some credit cards, you know? Does malware in macOS exist? I have no idea. I guess it does. Does someone know an answer to this question? It has to exist, of course. It has to exist. I don't know. I have zip disabled anyway, so well, partially disabled. But let's say that I install an OBS plugin, right? OBS is the application that I use to live stream, the application that I'm using right now to do all this, to send it to YouTube, YouTube vertical, send it to Twitch as well. What if I install an OBS plugin that has malicious code in it? Nothing's gonna protect me from that, man, because I installed it, so I'm screwed pretty much. So I have no idea. Yep, that's a good point. What if a malicious CLI tool or app steals your browser cookies? You're fucked pretty much. FCF Lua. Yeah, tried it. I couldn't preview images in FCF Lua. Can you do this in FCF Lua? Look at this. Look at this beauty. I'm gonna switch to my notes. No, maybe here. Maybe here. I'm just going to search all the ABF files. I'm just gonna type here .avif. Look at this goddamn beauty, man. Look at this. Join Discord. You guys remember this old Discord image? Ian and White So Serious are gonna be crying like babies right now. Oh, we missed Discord. But can FCF Lua do this? I don't think so. I don't know. The only plugin that is good for AI is the 99 for Primeagen. Oh, I think I saw that, but what does it do? Keys is the, oh, okay. The equal key is the default sync key map for mini files. Yep. You're writing to someone in chat. That message is for Nick Darwin is for you. I miss your Discord. Well, we already talked about Nick's, and I already mentioned here. If someone uses Nick's Darwin, someone is experienced with Nick's Darwin, but I'm not talking about a script kiddie that just installed Nick's Darwin and doesn't know shit of what he's doing. If someone is experienced enough and wants to show us around Nick's Darwin next Sunday, send me an email and we can do like a session, a live, a screen sharing session, like the interviews that I do, right? So you can teach me about Nix so that I can ask questions and I can understand what it's about. What I'm looking for is experience. I don't want to ask an AI because it probably will give me answers, but I don't trust it. I'd rather someone with experience that knows about Nix Darwin that can explain it to me and show me the benefits to see if it makes sense for me to switch from my script to Nix. Because we already went this. We already went through this a moment ago. Like this first time setup, this is the way that I deploy a Mac now. It installs or it gets all my dot files, it installs all my applications, but I'm not declaring it in my config, right? So I think Nix would make sense, but I don't understand it and I'm scared of it. You know, that's the real reason. I'm scared of it. I don't want to read the documentation because it's probably like 10,000 pages of documentation, and I'm like, no. I'm not doing that. So, what questions? Everything. So you just have to demo the entire next thing. We have to go through it. Show me how it works. Show me the benefits, and yeah, I just need to understand it pretty much because I don't understand it, and I don't want to read anything. Bye. Why so? Bye, Ian. Talk to you next week, man. If you're around. What were we doing? We were looking at the comments. Hold on. Eat my balls. What the? Hey, here. Okay. Felipe CM says here. I use Ghosty plus Tmux. Are we still live? Is live still working? Because according to this, one of my pages crashed here. Let me know if the live stream still works. Hold on. Just gonna send it to the short. Still works. System settings for macOS. That is a good point because I also set my system settings here in my script, right? I configure everything here. Let me show you where that is. Here, right? I set all of these options in my setup script, right? I set the key repeat rate, initial key repeat rate, um, the mouse button mode as well, all of it. I do it here. So I guess Nix is basically doing what I'm doing here, but you're declaring it in code, right? So it's, I don't know. I don't understand it. I need to understand it, because this is the way that I do it now. But I think Nix probably could make sense. Nix Darwin, I don't know. I have to check it out. Now, hold on. Okay, there. Ghosty plus Tmux plus Sesh and other plugins, and I'm very happy. Some key changes that I made. A script to scroll back. This creates a temp file. Okay, Ghosty doesn't have a scroll back, according to what Gregory Anders said. And I think Justin Keys, the Neovim main or lead maintainer, said as well that it doesn't have scroll back. But Felipe created a script for scroll back, okay? Open the sessions from Walker plus Elephants. What the hell is this guy talking about? The sessions on same ghosty instance, Command K, choose a session. Okay, so it's pretty much talking about this FCF menu that I showed you guys around a moment ago to switch between terminal sessions. And I think he's also talking about the scroll back. Okay, if you go to the terminal and you type some commands, where can we go? Let's go to the dotfiles latest, okay? And if I type ls or if I type ll, right? If I leave the letter M pressed, that is going to open the scroll back. So it basically opens Neovim, but I don't have colors. And this is a limitation of Neovim 0.11. I think that when Neovim 0.12 comes out, I will have colors in my scroll back because Kitty does have a scroll back and it allows you to configure whatever application you want. So I configured Neovim. So whenever I open this, it opens Neovim as my scroll back application, right? Let's take a look at it. Look at it again. I can navigate here, this just like a regular Neovim buffer. Let's say that I want to grab something. Let's say that I want to grab this from here, linkarzu all the way to the end here in color scheme. I can use Flash. So if I just bring up Flash, I'm just gonna type this. I'm just gonna type the letter Y, and I can copy this to the end. It's there in my clipboard already. You can see it right there, right? So I do use the scroll back, but I use it in Kitty and it works amazing. The only thing I'm missing is colors, but when Neovim 0.12 comes out, that's not gonna be an issue anymore, I think. Multiple Kitty instances when I'm on Neri with the scrollable tiling window manager. Width isn't really a problem. You can separate projects using the virtual desktop. Multiple Kitty instances when you're on Neri. Okay. But do I do things on Kitty on a different way. I keep a single Kitty instance and all the sessions run inside that instance. I did it that way for some time. I had multiple Kitty instances, one of them on each desktop, or I think they were on the same desktop, but one instance per session. I didn't like it. you know? It's just like keeping one instance, all the sessions inside, and I just switch to sessions. Find it pretty effective, and I like to manage it that way. But everyone has a different way of working. Neri, that's the scrolling window manager. I have seen a few videos about it, and I just don't get it. I'm sorry, but I don't get Neri. I don't understand the purpose. Um, I think it's just my way of working. I use stack mode, one application on the screen at a time, so it doesn't make too much sense, at least for me. For how long have we been here? Let's see. We've been here for almost 4 hours. God damn. I think we're gonna be ending the chat or ending the live stream. Let's see. What else did I want to cover? What else did I want to cover? Let's see. Nah, we're not gonna touch on this. Rift. This is another window manager on macOS. And I want to interview this guy. I sent him a message in Discord. We talked like for a few days, but then he ghosted me. So let's send him a message. Let's see. Rift macOS. This is the guy. Accent Man. Okay. 1500 stars. A tiling window manager for macOS. Let's read about it a little bit. Let's see. Now, this is what I'm interested in. Because this guy is a furry. 100% furry. Why? Because he uses Rust. And to be honest, all of the other applications that I've used in the past that are written in Rust are faster, are snappier, right? So I can feel it. I have noticed that. For example, the Grokvar tool that I use in Neovim, right? The search and replace tool, right? If I go to my .files, leader SG is no. How did I bring that up? Leader S, okay, I don't remember. Grokvar, okay, leader SV, okay. Okay, search and replace, yeah, leader SV, okay. This is written in Rust. And the one that I was using before, the search and replace tool that I was using before, was not written in Rust. And when I installed this, I felt a huge difference. And I was like, God damn, why is this tool so fast, right? Link.cmp, this one, the one that auto completes my stuff, I think is written in Rust. Let's confirm, because maybe I'm just talking shit here and it's not accurate. Let's see, blink.cmp. No. Oh, but it has a binary, right? There's a binary that is installed, and I think that is Rust. Is that accurate? Can someone confirm? Let's search here. Does it say something about Rust somewhere? Maybe it's not. Is it? Is it not? Does someone in chat know if it's written in Rust? Let's see about Grokvar. Grokvar.envim. Yeah, this is Rust. Let me search for it. Rust. Man, I'm not able to find it here. Is this Rust? Magic Duck, if you see this, please let me know if it is or not. I think it is. Even posted a video that I created, man. Nice guy. Pretty nice guy. But I think it's Rust. I think I read it somewhere. Or did I dream it? I'm just talking shit. Who knows? But let's see. Okay, so it looks kind of faster. It looks kind of snappier. Uh, this looks like stack mode, I think. Or accordion mode or whatever. Is that it? So I want to interview this guy. Let's leave him a message there. Does he accept discussions? Any discussion? General. There's some drama around macOS window managers because there's like a fight going on. Let me put you guys up to speed because there's drama in the macOS community as well. Okay. This window manager began as a fork as Glide window manager, right? It's another macOS window manager. So the Glide guy is not too happy, I think. Allegedly, okay? Allegedly. This is not facts. I'm maybe just talking shit, but I think he's not too happy that the fork was created. There's a discussion in the Glide window manager um, repo, right? He would have been happier if this guy would have continued the development of Glide instead of creating a fork. And this is way more popular. Look at this one, is 1500 stars. Let's look at the other one. This one is 478 stars. But this one is, oh, it's Rust as well? This wasn't Rust. Or was it Rust the whole time? And I don't know. Okay, so it seems that it's Rust as well. But this one is more popular than Rift, the fork. The fork is more popular than the original one, but it seems to be different than the main one. We don't know. We don't know. I don't know. But let's leave the comment there. Here it is. Okay. When is the interview happening? 1, 2. We're gonna put the live stream link there. Hold on. Live. And this one. This. Minute. What minute is this? Minute 353. 353. Let's see what he says. And there was another window manager as well. I'm gonna show it right now. Because there's a guy that created another window manager that teamed up with the Glide guy. Where is it? This one. Look at this. Call to arms. Barut. This guy created another window manager. But that one is written in, I don't know, like a Roblox. I'm just playing. This is another one. Omni WM. Is this the one? Let's see. Yeah, this is Swift. Okay. This is another window manager. So this guy joined forces with the Glide guy, or at least wanted to join forces to make Glide better, right? So there's some drama there around window managers. This guy seems like a nice guy. He's a student college, I think. He's a college student and he doesn't want drama. And I don't know. Seems interesting. I want to talk to him, see what he has to say. Okay? So see. I have done a search. Yep. There is no way that he can ghost me this way right now. Okay, so we're gonna see what he says. We're gonna publicly see what he has to say about this. He will probably ghost me. I don't know, but we'll see. We have any other messages in Discord? Live chat? Okay. Yeah, we only have why so serious there. Okay, guys, so we've been here for 4 hours. I intended for this to be like 2 hours. We've been here for way too long. These live streams are not going to be private anymore, so they're going to be public. Anyone can join and watch them afterwards. I don't think anyone is going to watch them anyway. So the last thing, I don't think I'm going to make a video out of this. Maybe some clips. We'll see. We'll see. So the last thing I want to do is thank the CEO, Web23. You can check him out at web23.com. Thanks, chat, for hanging around. Let's see if we can meet next Sunday. I'm not sure, but if you guys are available, I think I'll live stream next Sunday as well. So, oh, what do you say? Ignore you like that? Why? Hold on. what did you what did you send? I can send you my config and explain it. No, 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 no. I want to see your face and I want you to demo it, okay? You're shy. Why don't you show your face on camera? Why so serious? You could start your own channel, man. You can start your own channel and promote it, you know? I don't have a lot of viewers, but at least, you know, it's something. You can set your system. You can also manage different devices. Ghosty scrollback. He's talking about the scrollback for Tmux. Yeah, that's what I said in the comments. Why No, no, no. He was not talking about the scrollback for Tmux. In the comments, I told him like, but why don't you use the Tmux scrollback, like Tmux copy mode? And he said that he wanted to open his scrollback in Neovim. Basically, what I'm doing, right? So he was talking about opening the scrollback in Neovim. Yep, this Rift and Glide because Rift is more popular than the original. Exactly. You personally don't like Omni WM because it's vibe coded. Oh, strong statements there, boy. How do you know it's vibe coded? How do you know? You're back, Ian, but we're gone, bro. We're done with the stream. We are done. I've been here for 4 hours, man. I gotta eat. But I just wanna know. He told us in your Discord server, okay, that it was vibe coded. Now, something that I didn't like about it. Let me tell you what I didn't like about Omni WM. Where is it? Where is it? Let me go to his repo. And the reason why I didn't even try it at all is because, and the reason why I'm not gonna try it at all, config. Okay, let's see. Configuration. Access settings by clicking the O menu bar icon and selecting settings or app rules. So you have to configure this application in a GUI, and I ran away from that. Okay, so if I hate that on the macOS applications, like for example, the tool that I use to take screenshots on macOS, right? I use CleanShot. It's an amazing tool. God damn it, it's a wonderful tool, right? It's this one right here. But the way that I have to configure CleanShot, I hate it, man. I I despise it, right? Because what was the HH doing there? Because the way that I have to configure it is this way in a GUI. And you know what happens when I switch to a different computer? On these applications, the native macOS applications, you have to come and configure them here in the GUI again. And that's not acceptable, you know. It's acceptable for basic users, but who uses CleanShot? Power users don't use it, I think. But I hate the fact that I have to configure an application in a GUI when I could configure it in a file, right? That I can add to my dots. Same thing that happens with this window manager. It has a GUI. I don't like that at all. You know, if there's a macOS application, but I guess it depends. Who's your target audience? If it's a window manager, maybe it's targeted for normies that don't like the terminal. I guess that's, but no, not for me. Omni from Tony? Tony? What Tony? Tony, our Tony? Tony, by the way, like DHH son? Is that the Tony that you're talking about? No, that is a window manager from someone else. Plot generator local reviewed it, but okay, yeah, makes sense. Starting with B. It's not that file. See it exactly. Barut, yep, exactly. I have to join his Discord. Yeah, I'm actually on Tony's Discord now. Let's call that our Discord now. So you can we should have a channel there called linkarzu. You just write Rift and it just flipped out and messed everything up in macOS. So I just gave up and went back to using Raycast for window management. Okay, like a baby. Why don't you use a real window manager, Ian? Why don't you become a GigaChat? You're an advanced user, man. Why are you using Raycast? Like, disappointing. That's all I have to say about it. Disappointing. Accessibility permissions that I already gave it. Oh, so you guys are having issues with Rift. Yeah, Tony made his own window manager, but that's for Linux. That's for furries. That's not for macOS GigaChats. Okay, but if you are a Linux user, he did create it. And if I switch to Linux someday, that's the one that I would use to support my boy. Just take it over. He's afraid of him. Afraid of who? Me? Afraid of the furries? All right, guys. We're gonna be stopping stream. Thanks for joining. Thanks, chat. We'll see you.